hopefully I've got good signal and hopefully everybody can hear me. I am mic'd up for this, and I hope that my mic doesn't catch all the machine noise. But as always, this, it's going to get published for later. So, Sunday night, and I am just hanging out. I am still in Arizona. I am currently, I'm in the Phoenix area. I'm actually in Tempe for anybody who kind of knows that geography. And I am here in Arizona for several more weeks, still having dental procedures done. So every time you see one of these live videos, I probably have different teeth because they're not really attached. So they're attached, but I can't take them out or anything, but still having all of that done. Still a little bit lispy, unfortunately, because these aren't really positioned quite right and my bite is really weird, so I'm going to apologize for that right away. That is still a thing. I'm actively working to not say certain things, but every once in a while it catches me and I sound a little funky. So hi Val. I was just kind of talking about that. It's still going. So for those of you who are going to attend the Wizardry Retreat in May in Texas, I am attending, and I had hoped to be done by May, but it appears that we're just going to be at a good pausing point in May, and I am going to have what we are referring to as semi-permanent temporaries at that point. So right now I have temporaries, and these are basically held in, I've had a few different sets. We keep switching them out. We're doing multiple things. It's kind of an experiment. We're trying to see if we want to make sure my body doesn't reject the material that these are made out of, right? So every time they put on a new set of temporaries, they're either half and half, front and thirds, which right now that's what I have. I have a set on each side and here. It's going to be kind of weird, but you see there's a gap here and a gap here. So that's one set, and then from here back, that's another set. So they don't have actual spaces between the teeth. I can't floss between them right now because they're little pieces. Hi Brooke, hi Tina. So anyway, I'll have different ones soon, individual teeth, but they'll be slightly more permanent than these, but not permanent. And what we're doing right now is every time they put on a new set of these, they're making them out of different materials. There's 20 different recipes or so that you can use. And they all contain kind of different, they're all supposed to be non-allergic reaction, whatever. But when I had this done many years ago, obviously something happened and my mouth was reacting really funky up here in this area in the gums and stuff, and it never stopped reacting to it. And we don't know if that's what caused it. I mean, it's all speculation, right? Nobody really knows, and there's not a lot of documentation on this kind of stuff. So basically the dentist that I'm working with is I want to put on new materials every time and see if your body wigs out. Okay. So far it hasn't really wigged out, but it has reacted better to some materials than others. So we're phasing that in to try to figure out, because the materials vary in expense as well. So you really don't want to have to make all of these crowns essentially out of this really expensive material if you don't have to. And so that's what he's trying to avoid. So, and we don't want to put all these on and then have me have a reaction like I did many years ago. Well, we're calling it a reaction. We don't actually know if that's what happened, but have a bad thing happen and then go, oh, we have to take them off and do it again. So, slow and steady is what we're doing. But I miss my house. I miss my husband. I miss my regular routine. This is good. It's fine. I'm doing okay. But, I also miss food, my teeth not hurting all the time. And it's summertime here in Arizona now, so it's in the 90s, and I just don't want to eat soup anymore. It's too hot outside for soup. I don't know if you guys feel that way. When it hits summertime, I'm I want cold sandwiches and salads and other stuff, but yeah, no, I went and braved a sandwich for lunch today, and that was it's a lot of effort to try to chew, first of all, because my bite is also really messed up. we're doing a lot of stuff with that where we're having to like basically open things and do all this. And I don't quite line up here right in the front. So when I bite something, which I really don't do anyway, I kind of like have to, my teeth are just sort of doing this close to each other. And then I sort of have to like, you know, rip the thing. Like I have to kind of just sort of bite it weirdly and then like pull it away. Yeah, it's not fun. It's not pleasant. And then I chew it weirdly like a cow. I'm like trying to position food in my mouth. It's weird. So I don't really like eating in front of other people at this point because it's like, you know, manners are not, it's just difficult. And then stuff kind of, you know, gets in weird places and I'm trying to like, here, let me get a drink. And yeah, it's a whole thing. So I just stick to soup. It's easier, but I'm so sick of soup. It's a very weird feeling to say that like eating makes you tired, but when it's such an effort, like every bite and you got to chew it slower and you have to do it in tiny bites, by the time you get like a quarter into your meal, you're just like not even hungry anymore. And then your teeth hurt and everything hurts and you're going, oh, I don't even want this anymore. So it's like, it's an effort, you know. It's the first time I've ever been to Disney and I didn't eat churros. I hopped out and yeah, Brooke, it is not cheap, which is one of the reasons I'm really thankful that this dentist is taking his time. And, you know, as we're going through the normal processes we would already have to do, like he's not making me go through extra steps because we're taking our time, which is really nice. He does like, we do like text check-ins, so I don't have to come into the office and he doesn't really charge me for those. That's just kind of part of my price. He'll say, you know, like today he texted me and said, you know, send me some pictures. I want to see, you know, some close-ups of a few places. Sorry. It's not an earthquake, I'm running laundry. We'll give it a minute. Sorry for the shaky camera. The whole bus like shakes and then everything in the bus shakes when the washer spins. Anyway, if it gets really crazy, there's no earthquakes here. It's the washer. Anyway, he texted me and said, I want to see some close-up pictures of things and you know, just checking in, and we kind of do those like every other week because I'm also having procedures and stuff done on my gums to improve things. And he wants to, you know, get that all squared away and healthy and whatever, because we're having to remove that old, like, traumatized tissue that's been going on forever. So, yeah, just like so many moving parts and cogs, but he's being really cognizant to, you know, we're trying to be as mindful as possible, which is really nice. So, that being said, I know like forever ago I said, oh, we're gonna do some sewing. Well, just to catch you guys up really quick, so I deferred in between procedures. I was just healing anyway, just kind of waiting, you know, hurry up and wait kind of a thing. And I deferred last week off to California because I'm here in Arizona, and I went and met up with Susie from So Girly Fun. She's the owner over at So Girly Fun. And we just went and had we just had a low-key time. Like it was definitely fun. I was gonna say we had a blast, but like, and it was fun, but it was so chill and low-key, and that is exactly what I needed, for a few reasons. One, the bus was not here. So, I'm staying on my in-laws' property in the bus, but, I moved into their house for like a week. And if you've ever had a house guest for a week, you know how that goes. Being a house guest for a week and having a house guest for a week is like a lot of interruption to routine. So it was, you know, fine. Like we get along great. I love my in-laws. They're amazing people. But, you know, everybody just kind of has to like adjust to having new people around. So I really didn't have a good opportunity or good space to like do any sewing or any of that. And the week prior to that, couple weeks prior to that, I was having a lot of procedures for one, and two, we had just bought the bus. The bus is still new, and so we were working on it. Like those speakers you see right there, there's one there and there's one over there you can't see. Like those were ripped out and hanging out, and we were working on lighting stuff, and things were like torn apart. The desk, in fact, that I'm sitting at hadn't been built yet, and so you know, we had to install that and just everything. So much stuff. So things are finally good, but then we had to take the bus to the shop to have just like some lube and tune stuff done. Well, they were supposed to keep it for like 3 days. They kept it for like 2.5 weeks. And by the second week, I was like, you know, I'm gonna just like go somewhere, anywhere, do something. So Susie and I, we both needed a break, and we just said, you know what, we're gonna hop over, we're gonna go to Disneyland. So we went for a couple of days and we had an awesome time. The weather was beautiful. It was, you know, 70s and breezy, And obviously it's Disney. I would have taken it even if it was 101. I just, you don't want that. But that was really nice because I wasn't doing anything anyway. I could either be, not in like major pain at the time, but in mild pain here doing nothing, or I could be in mild pain there enjoying Disney. So I opted for Disney. They have soup and ice cream there. It just costs more. So, but that was really fun. And then on the last day, Amanda from Oside, and the owner / host of the Margaritaville Socation, and they do some cruises and stuff too. She is in California, in Oside, California, and so she came up and she met up with us one night and got to meet her really cool friend Stephanie, and we all just hung out. Again, kind of like low key, just our last night at Disney. Susie and I, night before, did the throwback party. That was really cool. I wish I had known. I didn't check, and everybody was dressed in these super cute and gorgeous 50s outfits and costumes, and it was so much fun. So from 8 p.m. to I think it's 1 a.m. they closed down the park just for the party guests, and then everybody had these super cute costumes, and there were some specialty character costumes and things, and special treats and stuff, and there's like no waits for the rides, so that was pretty cool. And we opted to just go because we were there. It's part of the experience. But I would have done a cute costume or dress or something had I known, or at least like a fun themed t-shirt. But next time I'll check before I go. So that was really, really fun. And that's kind of what's been going on here. Like, that's why I have been doing a little bit of sewing. I'm going to show you guys here in a second. I have a pile of projects in front of me. And yeah, it's just been, just kind of everything's been kind of up in the air. I had all these like best laid plans, and I knew they were all fluid, but I didn't anticipate being in my in-laws house for a week. I didn't anticipate the bus being gone for so long. It didn't even, the whole time I was gone, it was supposed to be back here, and it didn't get back until day before yesterday. And then while it was there, because it was there for so long, I don't know if you guys know anything about RVs, but if you do, if you know, you know. If not, I'm about to give you a very quick little lesson. RVs of any kind typically have what they call house batteries. It's just like your car battery, but there's a whole string of them. There's like, depending on the size of the rig or the camper or whatever, they all have these batteries. I think ours has like 8 or 10 of them, something like that, and they're all in a row, and they're all kind of like daisy chained together. Now, you have what's called shore power, which is when you're hooked up into an outlet, a big like 50 or 40 amp or whatever, 30 amp outlet. Ours is a 50 amp, and that's kind of typical for newer stuff. But if you're not on shore power, what they call shore power, you can use your batteries, and your batteries are charged when you drive your car, when you drive the motor coach, same way. There's an inverter and all that, just like your car, and it's charged if the vehicle's being driven. And then also you have, if you have a generator on board, which this does have a diesel generator, your generator will charge your batteries, okay? But somebody has to run something. You have to drive the vehicle, the coach, the bus, or you have to run the generator to charge those batteries. Or the alternative is what they call battery manager, where you basically plug in a little small contraption box into a regular 110 outlet, and it just trickle charges those batteries just to keep them topped off. And you can buy those for any vehicle. Like if you go out of town for a long time, you would want to plug one of these in to your car battery in your driveway or in your garage while you leave to prevent your car from dying. And so that's it, easy peasy. But they didn't do any of that while it was there. They let the house batteries completely die. 2 things that is problematic for is, 1, the batteries. It's really bad for the batteries. It's bad for you to let them go dead like that. You don't want them to do that, and not for long periods of time. And for 2, it confused all of the electrical systems in the bus. So I drive back from California, and I get here, and I'm like, yeah, the next day I'm gonna hit my sewing hard. I'm so excited to sew, and I'm excited to have the bus back. I get in the bus, and like nothing is working. Nothing wants to cooperate. Things are on, but they're like, the lights are on, but nobody's home, kind of a thing. Everything is being weird, and every time I go to do anything, it's like the internet's being weird. my husband put an Apple TV in here so we can like stream movies and stuff. That's being weird. Everything is being weird. And I'm like, just every time I touch anything, the electronics in the kitchen, everything. And so, yeah, it was just annoying and messy. And there were like some weird things in the fuse box, just all kinds of weird stuff. And so my entire day and a half, the first couple days back, I was like, every day I would wake up and I'd be like, yeah, I'm gonna do stuff today. No, like didn't get anything done. Had to mess with stuff all day long, screw with stuff all day long. So I'm finally at a point. I was able to cut all day long today. I'll show you what I've cut and what I'm gonna sew. I'm gonna batch sew 3 of these at the same time, along with you guys, and tell me, what you guys are working on, if anything. But I was finally able to cut all day. So I did other stuff too, laundry, catching up on that. Dishes. I got the dishwasher running back there. I made some soup for myself because soup. So I bought a mini Instapot for the bus that I have been using the heck out of. If you have a camper or an RV, I would highly suggest this. I bought the mini one. It's amazing. I love it. And then I don't have to use my stove very much. So that's awesome. I have used it. I don't know, dozens of times now. So anyway, I made bean and bacon soup today, and I made a whole bunch of it and put some in the freezer, put some in the fridge, and so all good. But anyway, then I cut these in between, and I watched the Batman movie. I don't know about you guys, but I love to put on TV shows or films that I've already seen, and so I thought, what do I feel like starting? And I turned on the first of the Christian Bale Batman movies, which I've seen those a million times, but I'll watch like the whole series, and then I'll probably watch Lord of the Rings or something else I've seen a million times. That's Batman is one of my go-tos, but the Marvel movies, they're go-tos as well. I have tons of them. So anyway, I always like knowing what your go-tos are too. If you are a person who likes to have the TV on in the background, what are your go-tos? Like, do you have a show you watch over, like you watch the whole season once a year or something? True Blood is one of those for me. I watch True Blood like every, 12 to 16 months. Dexter's another one. I have a million of them, like, sitcoms. I watch all kinds of stuff, but I love anything that has like 5 to 10 seasons worth, because then I can just watch it for like I can immerse myself in whatever, like the Marvel universe, right? The Harry Potter movies, that's what Brooke said. Yes, that is definitely one of them for me too. I have, all of them, and I have yet, and the Fantastic Beasts movies, I add those in now. Like, I watch them all in chronological order. Even though the OGs are definitely my favorite. I have also yet, I can't do it. I mean, I can, and I will, but I have yet to watch, the Hogwarts reunion. It makes me sad because Robbie Coltrane died, and, I've actually not really watched the Harry Potter movies all that much, because every time I have tried to turn them on most recently, it makes me kind of sad. So anyway, I try to like, oh, I can do it. It took me, gosh, you guys, probably seriously 5 or 6 years. I could not turn on Aladdin, because Disney movies are part of that rotation for me. I couldn't turn on Aladdin because I couldn't hear Robin Williams' voice. It made me really, really sad. I've always loved him. I grew up with so many movies with him, and oh my gosh, that just killed me. So she says, each time I watch one, I see something new. I feel that way about most of these movies, and I partially think that's because they're, very cinematically rich, but also, I don't know if you guys are like me, if you're watching a movie on the couch, do you actually watch it, or do you do something while the movie's on? Because I do something while the movie's on. I have to have something in my hands. So I usually crochet, or I cross stitch, or I do a puzzle. And so I do watch the movie. I mean, I get all of it, but I can't just sit there. I'm a nail biter if I have to sit there, and so I will literally like pick, and oh, it's terrible. So I gotta have something to do. But oh man, Tina says Dr. Quinn. I grew up with Dr. Quinn, and I really liked the show. I've never revisited it though. I always really liked, oh, her name just escaped me. Gosh, who's the main actress on there? Why can I not think of her name? She's so pretty, and she has a jewelry line. Oh gosh, I can't think of her name. And when I was a kid, I totally had a crush on the guy that plays her husband, Sully or whatever, the like, I don't know, town guy. I have not revisited that in a long time. It drives your husband crazy, Brooke. It's a quiet activity, and I usually have a really like tiny light, or I bought a light many years ago at IKEA. It's a flexible, like it sits on the floor, but it comes over the back of the couch, and the head of the lamp is only like this big, and so I can literally like pinpoint it right in my lap. And my husband kind of sits like in his chair, kind of across the room a little bit, a few feet away, and so that doesn't bother him because I can position it. But yeah, otherwise, yeah, it's really hard because my father-in-law is always like, do you want to come watch movies or TV with me? But he likes to focus, and so I can't be doing stuff, and I get like nervous after a while, like, oh, what do I do? So I have a Nintendo Switch. I don't know if there are any Switch users out there. But I don't really play real games. Like the games that I play, I was talking about this with Susie actually. I love like mindless, repetitive kind of games. I don't really want a storyline. I want one where it's like little levels that I can beat. So one of my favorites on the Switch is called Food Truck Tycoon. Don't even care what it is. It's like you have a food truck and you make tacos, and every level gets like a little harder, and you gotta like every level the challenge changes. You like serve 10 tacos in under 30 seconds, or like don't lose a customer for like this entire timer, or get as many thumbs up or likes or whatever you get. They're useless, and the levels are infinite. They just go to like forever. And so the most recent one I'm playing is the exact version of that game, but it's the SpongeBob version. It's called, I don't even know, Krusty Cook-Off or something. I have no idea. It's mindless, it's fun, and I love just like zoning. I mean, it's one of those games you just sit there and like you just click all the buttons and then you get a high score, and it just makes you happy. It's like an endorphin rush. And so I play that, I play games like that, but it drives him bonkers to sit next to me. Even if I have it on mute, it's like the clicking of the buttons, and I get it. I don't want to bother him, but I need something to do. I can't just sit there. So anyway, yeah, my husband is the kind of opposite of his dad in that way. Like, he doesn't care. He's fully able to just like ignore whatever, if it's not too loud or anything. And we sit far enough apart. My father-in-law has a theater room, and the seats are like really close to each other. So even if I go sit like a few seats down, it's meh. So anyway, what I am making, I have the pattern. Oh, trying to get this off the counter. So in all of this, I've been sitting here bored, not really doing much of anything. And I thought to myself a few things. For one, my husband's cousin, she's the same age as me and my husband. She does farmers markets here in the Valley area, and she crochets. She just crochets the most adorable little stuffed animals and things. And I went to see her at one of her shows a couple weekends ago, and she was like, oh, the booth fee here is so cheap, and the customers are really good, and it's really fun. It's just a fun show. And I thought, I could just like sew some stuff up, and it's not a real high traffic, it's high traffic enough like that it's worth doing it, and their booth fees are really low. It's in a neighborhood, and it's a regularly visited spot by the whole neighborhood. It's a really large neighborhood. So I thought, I'm going to apply. Couple things. For one, I need a new tent. The tent I have at home is like trashed. In fact, I think I finally got rid of it. So I thought, I was going to Amazon a tent anyway. There's no difference if I Amazon it here or I Amazon it there. So I'll just Amazon the tent here. I can sew up what I can sew up, and then go do the market for the cheap booth fee. So that being said, that's what I'm sewing these for. I'm just batch sewing stuff up. And I found this pattern at a quilt shop. Get the glare off there. There you go. So this pattern is by Sweet Janes, and her Etsy, if you want the digital pattern, it's Sweet, SweetJane, sweetjane.etsy.com. She has other patterns. I just happened to find this. It is a stupidly quick sew up, and it's really fun. And I have made very few changes to it. I always have to make changes, but I really like this one. So it's quick, it's easy, and these are popular. And I thought, I could sell these for like $12-16 a piece, make my money easily on them because they're so quick to sew up and really quick to batch. So this is what it looks like. This is the large size, and it like hangs open, but it's easy to collapse. But what I like about it is it can hang off, whatever, the back of anything. It doesn't have to be for trash. You could put kids' toys in here, a tablet, your essentials like hand wipes, other like, little organizer stuff, and either hang it off of your shifter like this, or you could hang it off of the back of the seat or the front of the seat facing and put like essential things in it. Kids' toys, put one in the back for the kids. I really like them, and this is like a dead simple sew up. It's just a box bottom. You just cut 4 squares, 2 out of the lining, 2 out of the outer. She gives you the directions, the amount to just cut the boxes, and so you cut corners like this out of the outside and the inside, the liners, and then she's got an accent strip across the top, which you could omit that to even make it a quicker sew if you wanted to. You'd have to do the math on that. And then this handle, she gives you an option for a solid handle, but I opted to do a Velcro handle because that means, you know, it's got more flexibility and more adjustability too. So, but it's like dumb how quick these are. Really, really quick. So I thought I'm gonna do these, and then the pouches that I'm like always making, zip pouches, and we'll just go do a market and have fun. Like, I'm not really expecting much of anything, and if I sell, great, and if I don't, oh well. And then I have a few other big bags that I'll, you know, bring with me at a higher price point. But I'm just gonna do a little 10 by 10 booth and, you know, borrow a couple of tables from my in-laws, and you know, I need to Amazon a new chair too. So yeah, I figured why not? And I have my truck, you know, here, so I can drive over and do the, you know, I can fit the tent and all that. I ordered an ABC canopy, and it came today, yesterday actually, and I set it up today, and it's really nice. I ordered the commercial version. So let me tell you guys, a couple months back, I ordered a new tent. I ended up sending it back. I ordered an ABC canopy, but I didn't buy the commercial one. The difference is not only in the feel of it, obviously, but the look. So the non-commercial one has all white, like rigging on the inside, and I liked the look of that better. But when I went to the show of my husband's cousin, I guess, does that make her like my cousin-in-law? I don't know. Whatever. We're just gonna call her my cousin. It's Corey's cousin. But anyway, when I went to cousin Rachel's show, she had this ABC canopy, the better one. And I was like, oh, you got an ABC canopy. How do you like it? And I actually helped her break down a little bit, and I felt it. The non-commercial one that I bought a few months ago, I set it up, and it was horrible. And it was so thin and flimsy, and I was like, I'm not keeping this. So I literally put it back. Like, I set it up, looked at it for 3 seconds, even just touching it, it was so flimsy, and I was like, yeah, nah. So I packed it back up, I returned it to Amazon, and I was kind of put off of ABC canopies. So I was like, you know what, I'm gonna just wait it out. At the time, I didn't need a new tent because, you know, plans changed with, you know, what I was gonna do with it, and I just thought, I don't need to do all that. So I, you know, hung out. Sent it back, hung out. And so when I saw hers and I decided to do the show, I thought, you know, I needed a new canopy anyway, and I've now touched hers and felt it, and it felt really good. So the commercial one is still white outside, but it's got like, you know, not black, but like charcoal, like, I don't know, black and charcoal powder coated like body pieces, and the metal and everything on it is a lot thicker and sturdy, like really sturdy, and the canopy material is much thicker, and so it's just overall it's much nicer, and it's like I think $100 more, and the bag it comes in is a lot nicer. So I thought, you know what, I'm gonna buy that canopy for the market, and I'm happy that I did. So anyway, yeah, I bought this originally, by the way, because on one of my last live videos many weeks ago, I was telling you guys I needed a hanging trash can like this with a thin loop for right here. You guys can't see it, but I'm sitting at a desk, and there's a knob, just like a pull knob on the desk. I don't have room for a trash can in here, but I wanted to catch all my threads. So I am hoping, yeah, that hangs like perfect. And so that's great. That's exactly what I needed. And when I saw this in the quilt shop here locally, I thought, you know what, I'm going to get that. I'm going to see how it goes, and I like it, and I already have the pattern, so why not? I am working with, I have white waterproof canvas. That's what I'm using for the liner, and the outside is oilcloth. This is from Joann's. I just bought it, and then this little accent strip here is actually a cotton, but I really wanted a cotton that looked, well, I wanted anything, not cotton, but I wanted honeycomb looking, and so they had this at Joann's, so I only have to interface a small piece, so I'm okay with that. But but like, I think that looks really cute. I'm really happy with it. And then just to show you, I'm gonna stand up here. You guys are gonna see my super cute shorts. Aren't these cute? I just got them at Kohl's? Macy's? I don't know, but they're really cute. I love them. They're comfy, and I like the leopard print. I got them to wear to Disney because I needed some clothing for that. This is the other one I made. Same size. This is made out of canvas from Black Sheep Fabrics. And it's a regular canvas, not a waterproof, so I did have to interface that. But isn't that really pretty? And then this is waterproof canvas. And then I just did black and red because I had scraps. So kind of a scrap buster one. But I did 4 of these and a zipper pouch. So I have 3 of these now, so then I'll have 4 of these to do. And I'm going to do, this is the large size, and I'm going to do the medium. It comes in 3 sizes in the pattern. So the ones I'm going to sew up tonight in a minute here are this size. All the other ones I've done so far are this size. But I just thought, you know, this is great for an SUV, but what if you have a small car? So I'm going to do the next size down. So anyway, that's what I've been up to. I also need to figure out a display for like how to hang these, because I don't think they show very well just sitting. I don't know, maybe they do. Maybe they do okay. Anyway, purse is lined with the same oilcloth. Yeah, this is my first time working with oilcloth. I have heard of it, but I was, you know, just looking for materials here in town that would be, you know, appealing and cute. And it's a farmer's market, and they have a really popular honeybee, an apiarist. I think that's how. Anyway, whatever. A beekeeper. There you go. They have a beekeeper there who comes and sells their honey and their like honey made goods, and it's really popular. So I thought bees would be good. Plus, it's, you know, spring, summer, whatever. I don't know. And I like bees. So I think that came out really cute. So I'm gonna make 3 of those. Oops. And spill water everywhere. Okay, hold on. We'll put that right there. So I don't know if you guys, I posted this, I think, on my stories, but I think it was my personal stories. I am also in the middle for for Wizardry. The Wizardry Retreat. I am going to make, and I'll probably do it live, I just need to cut all the pieces. Lynn's handmade. She made a traveling pressing mat station with a cutter and rotary accessories, cutting mat, and then a pressing mat. So I bought all that stuff to make a portable station for myself, and then I wanted to make myself a little trash can for that like could travel with me. So this is another local quilt shop pattern I found. It comes with a spring and then the pattern, and you can make this cute little trash can. Like, how cute is that? I mean, you could use it for like your scissors and stuff too, I guess. But it actually fits a surprising amount of stuff. And then it has elastic, which is also included in the kit. And she does give you a little tag if you want to put it on there. But like, look, it collapses down. You could toss it in your bag. And then it just pops up, and it's not very big. But it does actually fit a surprising amount, like a lot. I cut a whole bunch of stuff and was putting like scraps in here. And it just, yeah, it's awesome. So I have this one now too that I'll actually be using tonight because I'm going to sell all the ones that I made to hang. But anyway, so that's kind of the rundown of what's been going on with me and why I've been sort of MIA. I feel really bad because I was like, oh, we're going to do all this sewing live together. Won't that be so fun? And then I've been like nowhere to be found. But yeah, I haven't had, I just haven't had the, like the possibility of doing it either. I'm like working with my father-in-law all day on stuff, or then the bus isn't here, and you know, life's been a little messy. How was this the first oilcloth you've ever worked with, Brooke? This the bee one, or have you worked with other oilcloth? I have never worked with it before. It's interesting. It's not bad. It can be, you know, I mean, I don't have any experience with it other than this, and you know, it's from Joann's, which nothing wrong with that, but I don't know if other materials would be better. So I'm kind of curious to know if you guys have ever worked with oilcloth and what you think of it. I mean, it does work well. I just had to adjust my like tension and stuff to get it to work well. There's my snippies. Yeah, especially like in the, you know, I don't throw my threads at home, but I didn't realize until sitting in my in-laws' dining room how, it's gonna sound weird, but how messy sewing is. All these little threads kept coming off my cotton and little things, and they have kind of dark wood floors. And I mean, I was very clean. I put everything in here. But when I was like rotary cutting and stuff, all these little things kept going everywhere, and I kept finding them, and I was like, I promise I'm being clean. You know, she didn't care. But I felt bad. It was like, oh my God, I look like a slob. There's like fluff everywhere. So I never realized, I guess, how messy sewing is. So the first thing I'm doing, by the way, is I have three total. Well, I'm supposed to have 3 total. Do I not have 3 total? What happened to these? Sorry, I'm missing. Oh, there they are. So all of these B pieces have to get the accent strip sewn onto the back, to the front, I mean. So I'm just going to do them all at the same time. Like I'm batch sewing and I'm chain piecing everything because I don't want to waste thread between. Then I'll, you know, cut them all apart at the end. So I'm sewing these little cotton accent strips. So I don't know how many of you guys out there on this channel are a part of the Saya Swag Facebook group or her channel. There was an announcement in her group today that, you know, I mean, needed to be said, frankly. It's sad that it needed to be said, but if you missed it, the only reason I even knew about it, because I've been kind of MIA online, another few sewists actually sent this to me. I like woke up this morning and I had messages in my inbox, PMs, and saw these, and it was like, what the heck? It made me really sad, and you know, I thought about even like not addressing it, but I just kind of think, I don't know. I'm so torn about that because part of me really feels like you shouldn't even address negative stuff, but I'm also not really in that toxic positivity camp. We don't need more negativity in the world, but I also am like, you know, sometimes we have bad feelings and negative feelings, and this made me feel so bad all day. And it, you know, because for one, you know, you don't ever want anybody else to have bad feelings, but for two, when you know what it feels like to have that same kind of thing or whatever, like you relate to, and it just makes you feel gross because you're like, oh, I feel bad for that person. What I'm referring to, if you missed it, and if you are in Saya's group, she posted something that was basically, you know, hey, we don't have room for negativity here. And the reason that was posted, if you missed it, I don't know if it's still up, but somebody made a really terrible comment on her YouTube channel. I think she was sewing live, I'm pretty sure, with her sister. For those of you who do not know, and by the way, I'm sewing and I'm trying to talk here, but if the mic is picking up this machine noise and stuff, please let me know, and I can try to make an adjustment if you like can't hear me when I'm talking. If it's too loud, tell me. But anyway, I believe she was sewing live with her sister. I did not catch the video, like I said. The only reason I even know what the comment was is because somebody else sent it to me and was like, oh my God, did you see this? And then somebody else sent it to me, and it's just been going around. The reason I say that and even bring it up is because it's like, y'all know all of us talk, right? Like, most of the vendors, not all of them, like not everybody's connected with everybody, but most of the vendors talk, at least the friendly ones do. Not, you know, not me anyway, not in a cliquey kind of way. I kind of talk to whoever talks to me, right? Like, I am definitely not an exclusionary type person. I have room at my table for everybody, kind of a thing, vendor or not, or whatever, new vendor, old vendor. As long as you're nice, I am happy to be friends with anybody. But we all talk, and so when something goes on or goes down or people are being mean or whatever, like, we hear about it. We know, and we typically know who the person is amongst ourselves, you know, and like that stuff, it gets around. There's, first of all, when you use your own name, like, there's not going to be anonymity, but even still, when you're using some kind of an alias or something, people, they know. And so I woke up to these messages in my inbox talking about this thing, and so it was screenshots of this really horrible comment that this person made, and I'm not going to say it verbatim, but basically there were, it was just really mean. This person felt very emboldened to point out, it was Kasaya and her sister sewing live, like tandem on two different things together, and she was like, you know, why is I don't like this person being here, and then basically proceeded to berate her sister Susan, saying that she was talentless and really mean, really like mean. And this was a long comment, y'all, like 5 sentences worth or something. It was awful. And it just, so that is what prompted that note in Kasaya's group, if you were there and you were kind of wondering, you know, what that was. And it just, you know, we've all been talking about it all day, how just awful and mean and negative and nasty, and I just don't even understand why. You know, I'm not saying that anybody has room to be mean, but like, just being honest with you, you know, we all gossip a little in private, you know, we all kind of have our little inside jokes or whatever, typically not at other people's expense, but you and I all know everybody's kind of shared a joke like that or something, you know, I mean, it happens. But there is I'm not trying to justify that either. I mean, nobody should be gossiping. Nobody should be doing those things. They're bad habits. They are. I know they are. You know they are. They don't make good relationships, but you know, it happens. But there is a difference to coming to somebody's, you know, face essentially and going, oh, you're so horrible and you know, you're not talented and you're awful, and you being here devalues this whole situation. You know, saying things like that is never justifiable and totally uncalled for, and adds no value or anything at all to a situation except for meanness and negativity. And I fortunately have not had much of that. I have had a couple of comments like that have been removed off the YouTube. It's very rare. And I am fortunate in that, you know, I don't tolerate it. I don't remove it because I can't handle it. Ultimately, I don't really care, because I realize that being that way says more about that person and what is going on with them than it ever will about the person they're saying it about. But Corey and I have had this discussion, and you guys know he curates like all of my, you know, YouTube videos and stuff, and edits all the tutorials and things. And his thought process, and I agree with him on this, is that we shouldn't leave the comments like that up because other people read them. Just like I read this comment today when I was shown it by other people, and it just brings in bad vibes. It just makes you feel gross, and even if it wasn't said to you, it makes you feel bad. Like you weren't thinking about anything like that, and then that gets put in front of you, and then you're just going, ugh, gross. That's mean. Why are they saying that? And then, you know, sometimes, depending on how connected you feel to that person, it makes you feel angry. It makes you feel like, you know, when I read that, it made me feel angry because A, I know about being in this space and having people say mean things for no reason, but B, it just, how would I put it? Well, for one, I've met Susan. I met her at a convention. I've met her and Kasaya, and they're incredibly nice people. And, you know, as most people tend to be, they were very nice to me. Susan was so very warm and sweet, and, you know, she obviously supports her sister. They support each other. They have a great relationship. And so for somebody to come in and say those things, like right where she can see them, but even if she couldn't see it, where her sister Kasaya can see it, where the rest of the world can see it, the things that were said there, they were not criticisms. They weren't like, oh, hey, if you change this, this could help this. There's a difference between giving a criticism and saying, hey, I don't prefer when you use that microphone because it sounds really whatever, or, that's a criticism. That is something that a content creator or a person or whoever, whatever, can change. There's nothing wrong with giving like feedback. There's a nice way to give feedback and a more harsh way, but feedback is feedback. Just being mean and saying, oh, I don't like when this person's on camera because they devalue the whole thing, and I hate when they're on here and that person is not talented. I mean, because that's what was in the comment. It was just nasty. It was like, holy crap. I only saw the one, that's all that was sent to me. I don't know I sure hope that person didn't continue making comments. But I don't know. I really hope not. But I'm just thinking to myself, what possesses somebody to do that? What did that add to that video? Because all it did was add, probably anger and sadness and negativity and bad things. Like, who benefited from that, right? So I guess my thing is just, the only reason I'm even addressing it, I thought not to, but I know I can't be the only one who, like, knew about this, saw it, was wondering what was going on, but also like feels gross about it because, it's just, I don't know. It feels gross. It feels gross to me because it's like, I forget that people exist like that and want to be that way and just are, it would be one thing, I get it. If you don't like somebody, I'm not everybody's cup of tea. They're not going to watch my channel, and that's cool. Like, you don't have to hang out with me. That's fine. But it's different to tell your friend, oh gosh, I don't watch those videos because I don't like that or whatever. There's a total other thing to come onto that person's channel and just be like, well, I don't like you. Oh, okay. Bye. Like, what am I supposed to do about that? Like, oh, please tell me how I can change so that you will love me. Like, that's not gonna happen, and it doesn't work anyway. And I mean, we all know how that's gonna go. So if you don't like somebody, cool, but there's like zero reason to tell them that. And especially in a public space, if it ever comes up that you have to have that kind of a conversation with someone where you have to say, look, I'm sorry, but I really don't like you, there's even a nice way to do that. You don't have to be mean. Like, can we just stop? There has been, on a few fronts recently in the sewing community, because like I said, all of us vendors talk. People that we're friendly with, we talk, and when one of us, gets mistreated or whatever by somebody, we hear about it, typically, especially when it's really egregious. And so, it's just one of those things that's like, I don't know how people think that, like, they're gonna do this and, like, I don't know, get away with it's not the right term, but you know what I mean? Like, that's not a way to live, for one, because it's gonna catch up with you. You're gonna get a reputation for being mean. People are going to say, oh, she's mean. That's the person who made those nasty comments, or that's the person who is mistreating this other person, or whatever. And by the way, this also goes for sending mean emails and stuff to like vendors. I don't hear about many of those, luckily, but I do occasionally. And just, here's my thing. I guess don't say it and don't be that way if you're going to be embarrassed for people to find out that like you were saying that stuff and being mean like that. Just some advice. Like, other vendors see these emails and are like, oh my God, that was scathing and really mean and really nasty. It doesn't mean that everybody's sitting around talking crap about you. What it means is that, if you send these emails that are just not nice, other people, they find out. People tell their friends and stuff, oh man, I got this email and it made me feel really bad, or this is how my day started and it's not going so well, because this person said all these really mean things to me. They're calling me names. I am very fortunate, again, in my business and my space, that I don't deal with that. I have really lovely customers and love you guys to death, so thanks for supporting and also not sending me mean emails. But yeah, like, I am not surprised that I see these emails sometimes, or I hear about it, where they're like, oh, I got this email today and so called me a this and that and the other, and they're mad because, this and that and the other. It's totally okay for you to be mad if something is not going well and whatever, but like, it's never okay to like be calling people names and just being horrible. And if you wouldn't do it to somebody's face, like, it's really no different when you're on your computer, you know? Again, because there's like criticism and they're saying, hey, Mr. Vendor person, you didn't ship my thing on time. Can you please, you know, check into my order, or can I get a refund or whatever? Then there's like calling names and being really horrible and, you know, just being mean. Because again, what does that add? Like, it doesn't help anybody. And at the end of the day, I would venture to say that sometimes I think people go off the handle, right? And don't think about the things that they're saying. And then they probably feel bad about it too. And I would hope that this person who made the comments on Kasaya's thing feels bad. I mean, she really should, because that was terrible. But, you know, I don't know. Maybe they'll just go on and, I don't know, keep being mean. I follow a lot of other content creators in other spaces, not just sewing. I'm sure you guys do too. And one of my favorites to follow, that I follow, is Tabitha Brown. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of her. She is a vegan content creator, and that's actually why I started following her, because I was looking for healthier recipes. And I stumbled upon her in the middle of the pandemic. And what I loved about her was her way of speaking and her way of presenting herself. I am not vegan. I'm not really interested in being vegan. But I got kind of caught up in her content, and I just loved her way about her so much. And I thought, you know what? I want to watch her. I want to watch more of her. So I started following her, and she's got a few sayings, and one of them is, you know, I'll probably get it a little bit wrong here, but she basically says something along the lines of, you know, have a good day, and if you can't have a good day, don't mess up anybody else's. And that has always really stuck with me, because I would not say that I am the most positive person. I know, shocking. I feel like I am kind of a middle of the road. I'm not really a pessimist. But I'm also not like the eternal optimist. I'm just not. I'm not wired that way. I am a little cynical, and I kind of always have been. Probably always will be. And I probably have a touch more cynicism in me than the average person, I would think. But I don't think I'm like so far over to the spectrum that I'm totally cynical. Put it that way. For me, I think I am one of those people that when I wake up in the morning, I have to actively choose joy. Doesn't mean I'm unhappy. I don't mean it that way. But I wake up and I kind of tend to be on like the slightly, again, not like super grumpy side, but like, oh, you know, I have a tendency to look at things and go, oh, well, that's wrong and that's wrong. And, you know, the glass is half empty instead of half full kind of a thing. So I have to tell myself, no, it's half full. And once I get into that mode, then I'm fine, but I have to actively choose that every day. And I do. I try really hard to choose that. Some days I do better at it than others. You know, you do what you can. But that thing of hers, that little whatever, has become like a mantra of mine. Like, if I'm not having a super good day, or I'm a little grumpy, or I'm just not feeling great, not that I really actively run into situations where I'm gonna make people feel bad, but you know what I mean? Like, that rings in my head a lot. Like, don't go messing up anybody else's anything. Another version of that is don't yuck someone else's yum. Have you guys ever heard that one? It's another like favorite of mine. I heard that a few years ago, and I thought to myself, oh, that's actually really good. Like, that makes a lot of sense. I don't eat seafood. Just because I don't like it doesn't mean other people can't have it. So that's okay. And once I thought about it in those terms, it's like, oh, totally, don't yuck somebody else's yum. If they love Star Wars and you don't like Star Wars, that's okay. They can love Star Wars. You know, it's no skin off your back if they like a show that you don't like or whatever. And, you know, that's not one I have to really actively work hard on. If other people like things I don't really, that's never bothered me. I don't like, you know, get on other people for that or whatever. If you like it, then you like it, and that's fine. And the most you're ever going to get from me is like a good-natured ribbing about it if we're like very close friends, you know. That's about it. I'm never going to like chastise somebody for, you know, oh, you like sewing, but you're so young. My grandma likes sewing. Are you a grandma? You know, I've heard that one a lot. It's like, and I heard it when I was a teenager. It's like, no, I'm 18 years old. Of course I'm not a grandma. I just want to learn how to sew. So I don't want to be that person to yuck somebody else's yum, because having somebody rain on your parade sucks a lot. So anyway, there's just been kind of a lot of that, more of that, I should say, in the sewing world recently, between kind of comments like that, and then just also like a lot of gatekeeping and not being very nice and being like really exclusionary and really cliquey. There's been a ton of that cropping up lately, and that's a big bummer because it makes people feel like crap. Again, it says way more about those people who are going to do those things than the people that are doing it too. So there's nothing you can do about it, but when you do start to notice it, it starts to make you feel gross. So, this will just be nice. Like, it's been playing in my head, probably yours too, if you watch Facebook Reels or TikTok videos at all. Have you guys heard the fish song? The, If I Were a Fish and You Caught Me song, and one of the little lines in it is, why is everybody on the internet so mean? And when I first heard it, I kind of laughed about the song. I chuckled because it's cute, it's like a folksy song. But then when I heard it, I was like, okay, but for real, why is everybody on the internet so freaking mean? Why do we feel the need to just, I don't know, be mean? It doesn't make sense to me, because you wouldn't do it. You don't walk up to somebody in a store and say these things. You would never do that. Nobody would. I wouldn't. It doesn't even make me feel good to do that. So, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, that's my whole thing about just what's been going on lately. And then when I woke up to that message this morning, it was like, oh, really? More of this? Ew. Ugh, gross. I just wish people wouldn't. And I feel bad. I feel bad for her sister. I feel bad for Kasai. I feel bad for anybody who experienced that. But also, I feel bad for the person who made that comment, because people are going to, her name was published. I assume she's probably out on Facebook too and whatever. And so actions have consequences. That's her own problem to deal with. But maybe that person's just been having a really hard time in life. I don't know where they're at, and I don't know why they're like that. And so it makes me feel bad, because if you are happy and secure in yourself, you're probably, and you're in a good place, you are probably not going around saying things like, why is that person on here? They're talentless and terrible and all these things. You're probably not doing that. So, that makes me feel bad. I've been in a rough place myself recently. I haven't been doing that kind of stuff for sure, but I have been struggling with some things. And, it just makes me think, well, maybe they're going through really tough stuff and they're just in a bad way, in a bad mood. They're having a bad time. I don't know. Maybe it's a medication thing. Like they're, I mean that in a nice way. Like maybe they're not doing well functionally, and they're not leveled out or whatever. They're having a hard time, and that bums me out for them, and it sucks for everyone in the situation. So let's all just be nice. Let's follow what Tabitha Brown says, and if we can't have a good day, let's not mess up anybody else's. Find something more constructive to do with our time. These last few minutes, I'm top stitching the accent piece I put on here, by the way. The longest part on these car trash cans is the handle, by the way, because you gotta do the little Velcro and top stitch. Basically you're making bag handles almost. And then I like to, on my Velcro, I changed this one the way I did it actually. So I hid it in the layers so you can't see the X, because I didn't like how it looked kind of sloppy out here. There were too many lines, so I need to remember that actually when I make these handles. I hid it in between the layers how I did it. I basically attached the Velcro first before quadruple folding this. So I think that worked pretty well, but yeah. Anyway, that's the longest part of this whole bag. I guess I probably should read back. You guys have been like super chatty. I like the idea of a portable sewing station, Brooke said. I do too. I'm making myself a set slowly. I'm going to do the Lynn's Handmade hack for her. It's her Eli laptop case is what she used for it. And she shows you in her video how to size it for what you're, putting in there if it's not a laptop. And then it seems like it's a pretty quick sew up. So I want to do it, but I want to put eau de coat. In fact, I'll probably be doing that in the next couple days here. So I really like eau de coat. I use eau de coat a lot. I ordered this to have it here with me, but I bought this at a local quilt shop. It's basically this brand, Heat and Bond, the interfacing company. It's their version of eau de coat. I've never tried this. I've heard mixed things, so I want to try it. And so I have both here, and I might do like a side-by-side comparison. I don't really know, but I'm gonna try it. So I have heard of Heat and Bond. I haven't done it. And for those of you who are either new to the channel or you just forgot or whatever, I have a full actual tutorial on putting eau de coat on, how I do it, why I like it, what I use it for. And then people have been asking me honestly for 2 years now to do the Heat and Bond, and I just hadn't had a reason. So when I was shopping here locally, this took forever to come on Amazon. This I stumbled upon it in a local quilt shop, and I thought, oh, I can do this real quick. So now I have both, because this came way earlier. They're about the same price. They seem to be the same consistency. They're not the same color. This one is much more yellow. So I don't know. We'll see. But on the pressing station, I want to eau de coat all the pieces so it lasts for a long time, because it's for travel. And then the other thing I am making is a rolling cart. I'm going to do, I can't do this one on the channel, unfortunately, so everybody will just have to see pictures, I guess, in the Facebook group. She does not allow filming of her bags, any of her patterns. So Sweetness is the company, and I forget the name of it, but if you go to her website, she has a sewing machine carrying case that you put on a luggage trolley. So I Amazoned a luggage trolley. It's here, and obviously I have this machine. I want to make a really padded, nice, thick, good version of her, pattern to put this industrial sewing machine in, and then I can put it. It has a luggage sleeve on the back, trolley sleeve, and you slide it over the luggage cart, and then you can tote your machine around. So I'll have my little portable trash can, and I want to use these fabrics, by the way. I have this one, and then I have a coordinating fabric for it. And the accents I'm going to use are going to be this color blue, this color light kind of tealish blue in waterproof canvas. And I want to eau de coat all the pieces outside to make it more rigid, but also make it cleaning friendly, because it's for travel, it's going to be getting dirty. So I just need to cut all the pieces, and then I need to eau de coat all the pieces. And so I might just do a little live video one day, I don't know, screwing around with these and kind of do a comparison on it, because I don't have my film studio obviously here. But people have asked, so I thought, oh, I'll get it and I'll have it, and then I can support this local quilt shop. So anyway, that's kind of been in the works too, but I can't do any of that on the channel, so I've just been cutting the pieces for that and doing it. So in the end, I'll have the portable pressing and cutting station. I'll have my little trash can. That bag from So Sweetness has compartments in it to organize all of your rotary cutters and scissors and threads and all that. And so then I should be pretty good to travel. So I'm pretty excited about that. And if you're coming to the Wizardry Retreat, then hopefully I have it all with me. So far, I have a trash can. Eventually, I'll get it all done, hopefully. Or I won't, whatever. Let's see. I am keeping busy. I'm trying to be creative. I finally am starting to get my sojo back a little bit. I talked about that previously with everything that I've been going through and all the, personal nonsense and grief and stuff. My sojo which is another reason why I thought I'm not going to do anything real convoluted for this show. People will either buy the card trash bags or they won't, and I'll put them on the website or whatever. I'm not real concerned. I just want to do something that's not overtaxing my brain, but is getting me in a creative space, And then energy-wise, through all of this, I struggle pretty badly with hypothyroid due to Hashimoto's, and I'm not, my hypothyroid condition is not, what's the word I'm looking for? Stable. It's very up and down, hills and valleys every couple weeks. So it's manageable, but my energy levels go all over the place and it can be hard to deal with. So, that being said, energy being here, having my routine all interrupted and all this dental stuff, it's like I'm a mess, So I'm just dealing with it one day at a time. Dealing with it how I can. And, yeah, it's going fine. But between all the constant upsets in the routine, that's a big part of what makes things difficult too. Because routine is a big deal for me, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, just kidding, move all your stuff in here, move all your stuff out there, go here, go there, tear this apart, work on these things. It's chaotic. So, let's see, where else are we in this conversation here? Yeah, so we were talking about oilcloth earlier. It can be slippery. Otherwise, I don't know. I do like it. I would say, it's thinner than waterproof canvas. It's definitely domestic friendly. I haven't needed a Teflon foot for it. I haven't noticed any kind of drag, because the one nice thing is that this side is like a little slick, but this side is like cotton. It just wears like cotton. It definitely doesn't feel like on these, the Eau de Coat and the vinyl. The liquid vinyl, they both say, gives it oilcloth effect. Oilcloth effect. They both say that. But this is actual oilcloth, and I don't think Eau de Coat, first of all, Eau de Coat doesn't have this much of a sheen to it ever when I've applied it. I don't know about the vinyl, the heat and bond one, but not Eau de Coat. And this is also a little more plasticky, almost. So I don't know that I would really say that this, not when I do it anyway, that it's like oilcloth, but similar. I think I like Eau de Coat better, personally, from my experience. Now, again, I've only used this oilcloth from Joann's. So if you have used oilcloth and there's like a better manufacturer or something out there, like, let me know. But I like it enough. For these car trash bags, totally fine. I don't think I would use it for a bag, maybe a baby bag. One thing I could say, by the way, I don't know how well it holds up, but I think this would be really good for baby bibs. Like wipe off, like how they have those ones that snap at the bottom and then you wipe them off. I think this would be really good for that. I would totally use it for that. So what else we got here? So Brooke says, I use faux leather exterior with the oilcloth lining, and it was thick. I basted it a lot to keep things in place. Yeah. I think it would depend on the machine. This is thinner than like OtterTex. You can tell this is just like regular OtterTex, and it's fairly thick with the rubber backing. This is definitely thinner. You can see it just doesn't, it's a little floppier. But depending on the machine, yeah, I could see that being thick, especially if you're faux leather or like vinyl or whatever is pretty thick. Let's see. It's 11:15 here. I need to get to bed. Good night. Have a great day tomorrow. Everyone sleep well. So sorry I missed you, Val, but bye, Val. We'll see you later. Let's see. Cog Hill Farm. Always positive and upbeat. So, Brooke, is that like an actual farm? Do they do farming things, or is that just that they live on a farm and they post other content, or like what's the deal with them? And then Brooke says that would be a good bag tag. Which bag tag? I was thinking about the why is everybody on the internet so mean, if that's what you were thinking of. I was thinking, so I would like to start doing some woven labels. I've toyed around with that idea for a long time. I still offer the cork labels. I still plan to continue to offer the cork labels, but I'd like to do some woven, sewn in labels. And I've had lots of ideas for them. And frankly, I'll just be completely honest with you. I didn't want to do it because, I felt like I might be stepping on other people's toes. And I don't want to do that, but a lot has changed in that space, and that particular person that I thought, oh, I don't want to step on anybody's toes and like make anybody feel weird. Well, I found out that I don't know why, but as of like February, it looks like that person like removed and blocked me from their group. So, cool. No idea why. Don't really care, I guess, because like I said, that says a lot more about that person than me. And that kind of harkens back to the mean girling stuff that I've been referencing this whole video, that's been going on for some months now. So if that's what they want to do, then they can do that. Whatever. So at this point, I'm kind of like, that was more of a professional courtesy. Like, I don't want to step on anybody's toes, but like, I also have ideas, and I am not personally into gatekeeping. I don't own, bag making or any of the rest of this. I didn't invent labels. So, I'm kind of just at this point where it's like, screw it. I'm just going to do what I want to do. So I'm just going to do what I want to do. And in that same vein, that would make a really nice woven label, along with a whole bunch of others that I've been writing down, and hope to get that all sussed out pretty soon. So, yeah. I just don't get it. I don't understand why people have the, need to be mean. So, anyway. Looks like Elizabeth joined us. Hi, Elizabeth. Long time no see, friend. Yeah. I don't get it either. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier, Brooke. Don't yuck someone else's yum. That's another version of that kind of same thing. Like, if, somebody else likes something that you don't, like, that's cool. Just let them like it. Like, also, let's pretend for a minute that it did bother you so much and it affected you so much, right, if they didn't like it. But logically, what does it matter, right? If I come at you and I'm like, you love the color purple and the color purple is awful, and here's 10 reasons why it's awful, and also a list of factual things, scientifically I can prove it's the worst color ever. Is that actually going to make you stop liking it? And at the end of the day, what does that get me? Why do I care? I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. Just let people like what they like, man. Let them do what they're going to do. Let them do it, baby. Ooh, okay, hold on. I almost did this last time and it makes it way more difficult. I need to separate 3 of these off and put the tags on them. Last time I accidentally did them right sides together, and then I had to put the tags on after, which can be done, but like, it's annoying. Don't forget to put on your bag tags. Speaking of bag tags. Probably don't really need to like put my name on these, considering I don't offer car trash bags all that often. But like, I really think they're a lot cuter with my label on them. Don't we think? Otherwise, I don't know. I think it's cuter. Probably doesn't really need it. And I only brought 20 or so labels with me, and I'm going to blow through all of them on car trash bags, but it's fine. It's fine. So like, is everyone else just chilling, getting ready for the week tomorrow? Is that what's going on? It's Sunday night. Like, I cooked today, so I would have soup for the week. My next procedure is not scheduled until the 26th. And then we'll see what happens after that. Things are a little up in the air right now because we're waiting on the next set of teeth to be made. So, when they get that done, we shall see. Ooh. I'm also just gonna, I was gonna say, I'm gonna eyeball gouge these, but like, I better do a better job than that, because then they'll be crooked, and I could at least press a line down the middle and not be super lazy about it. Let's see. Cog Hill is a 40-acre farm in Alabama. They're building their farm from scratch. They have a large variety of animals, and they're planning a fruit orchard, building a flower farm, and rescue animals. How cute. Okay, so like, I always have this, do you guys ever have like these, I don't know if I'd really call them like daydreams or fantasies, because it's stuff I know I'm never going to do. I love animals. I really do. But also, I am lazy. Like, not really, but like too lazy to rescue a whole bunch of animals. So people who do that kind of stuff, it's like, that's amazing, because that's a ton of work, especially when you're talking about farm animals, like large animals. That's a lot of work, man. A lot of shoveling, a lot of like, that's a lot. And so sometimes I think like, oh, when I get, someday when I get older, like when I win $1 million, I'm gonna like, that would be so great to have like a whole farm and do all these things, beekeep and like do all these things. I'm genuinely interested in those things. But I also know I'm never going to do that. Like, I'm never going to do that. I will never, that's not going to happen. I will daydream about it to my heart's content. I will donate to other people who are doing it. I will visit their farms. I will help them out for a day, a weekend, whatever. I'm not going to do that. I just know at this point in my life, when I was younger, it was like, oh yeah, no, when I get like, steady income, when I get time, when I get whatever. Yeah, nah, I'm not doing that. I don't know if any of the rest of you guys do that, but I totally do still to this day. And then I think to myself, like, what are you doing? No, you're not. You're not going to do that. You're going to watch TikTok videos about it. You're going to follow a content creator who does it. I ain't going to do it. Yeah, I don't know. I crack myself up with that. Like, I still have those kind of weird, daydreams or fantasies or whatever you want to call them, where I'm like, yeah, someday I'm going to do that. And it's like, no, you're not. You're going to go to the beach and watch videos about other people doing it, which is totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, there's no pressure except for from me to, like, do these things. And it's like, but you're not going to enjoy that. Like, you're not going to do that. Who knows? I don't know. Weirder things have happened. I suppose if I, like, I would never turn an animal away that, like, needed, That's how I'm going to end up doing that, by the way. Something like that. I'm like how I accidentally got a bus. Like, we just bought a bus and then hit the road 2 days later. I'm going to accidentally end up with, like, a horse or a cow or a, something. And I'm going to be rescuing it. And then I'd be like, well, now we have to get a farm. So I guess let's do that. But that sounds like fun. I follow, not a farm. Well, she doesn't have a farm. She has chickens. There is a content creator I've been following forever. If you're into gardening and, like, she bought, the channel, first of all, is called Garden Answer. And she bought a larger property with her husband. They now have 2 kids. They didn't have the kids when they first started. So, like, it's, watching their kind of situation evolve. They have chickens. She does a ton of, like, massive scale projects on this property, all mostly involving landscaping and gardening, but they're also remodeling their farmhouse on the property. And I think now they have 4 acres. They started out with like 2, maybe they have 6. They bought land from their neighbor and, like, are incorporating it. And this garden, y'all, this is not, she has like a fruit and veggie garden. She has like a whole flower. The new property they bought is many acres, and it's a flower cutting garden is what it is. So it's just like she sows massive amounts of seeds on it, and both fruit and veggies, and they, like, give it away to local places because she just grows it for fun. Like, she doesn't sell any of it. And then she loves to flower arrange, so she flower arranges with all the stuff she does. They're in Oregon on the border of Idaho, that area. And I've always loved her content. And she's not, like, not crazy positive, but, like, nothing really negative on her channel ever. And it's just, it's a nice place to be. That's how I would describe it. Because it's just flowers and, bees and canning and, like, she does the occasional recipe. She doesn't do a ton of recipe videos, but she does some. And every once in a while she'll make, like, salsa out of the garden or pie out of fruit she grew or whatever. And then she does a little bit of traveling to go to flower shows around the US, and she'll, like, take people along for that. She started doing, she's got millions of followers. She's a big time creator, and that's what she does full time now. And I really enjoy watching her channel. So same kind of thing, just, not rescue animals. They have feral cats they rescue. One is theirs, and cats just keep showing up, so they feed them and let them hang out. But I enjoy that. That's kind of my, like, dose of farm-ish. But I could always use more animals. Like, actual farm content, too. So I'm going to check that one out. I assume that they're on YouTube, and that's where you follow them. I have not been watching my YouTube channels very much lately, because I haven't been doing much of anything lately. But I follow another one, totally different. They're in France, actually. It's an English guy in France. He and his brother, they're, like, in their 20s, maybe their 30s now. They bought a giant rundown chateau in the French countryside. and they just garden and do all of they're like actually painstakingly historically restoring this like 1600s chateau, and it is so gorgeous and beautiful. And he is a film student, so his content is really, really rich. It's like watching mini movies. He does a lot of like music and beautiful shots and all kinds of stuff. And he is a really charming guy. He just creates really beautiful content, and he does really good work. And the projects that he does are like really in depth. I love like DIY and construction stuff. One of my favorite things to watch when I was a kid was This Old House. I still love This Old House. And New Yankee Workshop. I just love watching that kind of stuff. And I do a fair bit of DIY and construction stuff myself. I just don't really talk about much, but I did a ton of it when I was younger. I don't do as much anymore. But all of our previous houses, we've renovated at least 50%, if not more, inside, outside, all over the place. And 90% of it's been DIY. So, and then, you know, we sell them and move on. And so we're in our current house. This is the first new build we've ever lived in, and I have had to do pretty much nothing. And mostly it's just because I've been too busy. There actually are things that need to be done, and I just haven't done it. I really need to put up a kitchen backsplash. And I really want to paint my kitchen cabinets too, because when we moved in there, they did a not very good job painting them. And they need to be repainted. They're horrible. And I just haven't done it. I just try not to look, because every time I look at them, they make me mad and sad, and I realize that I don't have time to fix them at the moment. So, but I'll get there, or I won't. Let's see. Oh, let's see. Elizabeth, you are right. I really don't have time for Mean Girls, and I have gotten to, I was trying to decide this the other year. I might be wrong about this. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be 35 in December. I'm pretty sure I'm 34 now. I'm going to be 35. But I am getting to this point in my life, and I wish I would have gotten here sooner. I am really not at a stage anymore where I have energy to care about what other people think. Like, I've heard people say that, oh, as you get older, like, you stop caring about that and you just don't value that anymore. And I never really put a ton of stock into that, but probably more than I really should have, let's be serious. I was always just so afraid, oh, somebody might be judging me or watching me or whatever. Now I just don't care. Like, if you're going to do that, then cool, do that. I'm just going to be me and do my own thing. So I've gotten to a point with that where, like, I'm in a much better spot. But then the other side to that is I have definitely moved into this space where I value my peace over everything else. And I cannot tell you how changing that has been. I now totally understand the value of saying no when it does not serve me well, when it is bad for me, when it is toxic for my mental health, when it is mean girls being mean, mean stuff like that. I have just learned I need to get better about the flags. Okay, I will admit I'm still not good about that. Those pink flags in a relationship of like, oh, that person was showing me who they were this whole time, and I either was choosing to ignore it or I wasn't picking up on it. And then definite, like, for sure red flags, okay? Like when you're just a mean person and you're being mean to other people and, you know, but I'm not even thinking about it because you're not actively doing it to me. I need to be better about that, because, like, when people show you who they are, you should believe them. And I've always felt that way, yet I didn't seem to learn the lesson until, you know, my turn came up that, like, if somebody is talking to you about somebody else today, tomorrow they're going to be talking about you to somebody else. You know what I mean? Like, we all learned this, I'm pretty sure, in middle school. I know I did. I had my fair share of that kind of stuff, and it was like, oh my gosh, I had to learn that lesson. Like, if that's the type of person that they are, they're gonna be doing it. They're gonna keep doing it. That's how they are. But I'm like, I just wasn't thinking about it, honestly. I just didn't. I was like, oh, whatever, like, we have a good relationship, things are fine. Oh, well, she's just mad at that person because I'm sure something happened between the two of them. But when it keeps going and that person is always doing that with other people and then like casting people aside and bringing new people in and doing the same thing and you're witnessing that, like, come on. And of course, in my head to myself, I'm going, okay, dummy, like, duh. So I had to relearn that lesson, because then my number came up, and it always will. It's never, you are always going to be in the line of fire. Just because you aren't today, if you're around a person like that, you are not, you're not Teflon. You're going to be a victim of their toxicity. And I knew that, and I now know it again. So like but going through that moved me into that space of going, you know what? When it is just mentally draining and it's toxic, no. And I don't owe anybody a justification of like, well, I'm not going to be around that person or whatever. Like, it's perfectly okay for you to just cut stuff out that like is not serving you. Especially when it's not only not serving you for the better, but it's like negatively affecting you. Don't do it anymore. Just don't. Like, you don't owe anybody anything. And honestly, I highly doubt that person even cares. They'll just move on and find somebody else to suck energy from. That's what they do. They're not going to be heartbroken that you're gone, and you certainly will be heartbroken if you stick around for more of that. It's only going to hurt you, and that other person doesn't care, by the way, and neither do the other people hanging out with that person, because their number's not up today. Just like me, when I was in the situation witnessing it, I just had this like naive, rose-colored glasses. I'm not even thinking about it. And then when it happened to me, I was going, okay, I kind of knew this. I kind of saw it coming. I should have been smarter than that. But then you also very quickly realize the other people around you who are going, oh my God, she's such a mean girl. They're all best friends with them now. They were literally over here 2 months ago on your bench, sitting next to you going, that's terrible. She's doing that to you. She's so mean. Now they're all best friends. And those people think their number's not going to come up too. It will. And so I'm just laughing going, oh my gosh, I should have valued my peace and my tranquility so much sooner. And now I am totally in that space where like, I just woke up one day and was like, I don't care anymore. I don't know what magically clicked, because I did care for a long time and it was upsetting and it was crappy. And now I'm just like, yeah, no, I don't have the energy for it. I don't have the stomach for it. Like, I don't care. And then a lot of times I like forget, I don't forget, but you know what I mean? Like, you just, I don't know, something comes across your screen or whatever, and then you just chuckle like, okay, you do you, bye. Yeah. It's very funny to me. Most of the time, what's made it come to my mind is when other people are coming to me. Remember at the beginning of this cast, if you were on here, I told you guys, vendors and people talk. What brings to mind is other people coming to me and going, oh my God, this person did this thing to me. And I'm going, yeah, I can relate. Sorry that happened to you, but I'm not surprised. And then I tell them my story and, what happened. And they go, oh my God, that's exactly like what's going on to me. And also, exactly like what happened to this person. And, I'm just going, yeah, I'm not surprised. Because I learned this lesson when I was like 12. And now I'm 34, going to be 35, and apparently learning it again. So yeah, anybody out there who needs to hear that, I hope that you can move into that space sooner than later, because it is so freaking freeing to just be like, I can just be me. It's like once you finally realize that there's nothing you can do to change anybody's mind or make them care more or like be your friend or I don't know, whatever causes us to fear judgment so much, you like realize you're not going to win. So you just, it's like this freeing, I don't know, this like, I don't know, like a ray of light comes out of the clouds and you just go, oh, like I finally realized it doesn't matter. And then your whole life is different. Not vastly different, but like different enough. You get like a weird pep in your step and you just go, this is great. And I think that's what people, at least that's my opinion, people my whole life have been telling me, oh, when you get older, like you'll get old and you just won't care anymore. And I think I hit it. I think I finally got there. Like I started thinking to myself, I mean, you don't even think about it. And then the few times you do, like it's been brought up with those other people that have been talking to me about this stuff that's been going on. Well, what if? And I'm like, what if what? What are they gonna do to me? Who cares? Like, I'm just over here living my life. What's the worst that could happen? Nothing. I don't care. Like, it just doesn't matter. I don't know. It's just such a weird, you know, even a year ago, me, I would have never thought that about any situation. Like, in any capacity, I would have been going, yeah, oh my God, what if they do say something, do something, or mean to me, whatever. I would have been wigging out. And now I'm just like, let them do it then. Who cares? Bring it. Make my millennium, as Beetlejuice would say. Yeah. That's just kind of where I'm at. And it's really nice. So, I'm sure somebody out there needs to hear it. It'll come. I don't know when, and I don't know what will move you into that space, but I really hope you get there because it's an amazing place to be. I also think one of the things that moved me into that space was perspective. Like, you know, you feel like something is the biggest deal ever because at that time it is like a big part of your life or whatever at that moment. And then you get like real life stuff. For me, it was grief and having family members die, and then having Elise pass away and not being a part of my life anymore, and just kind of the realization of like, holy crap, nobody is promised tomorrow, and you know, just all of that. I don't know. I mean, it's not like I didn't know that, but real shit throws into sharp relief like priorities and things that matter. And I think maybe that was a big part of it for me too, that moved me into that space of like, there's nothing I can do about this stuff, and if these people want to be mean and block me and, you know, gatekeep and try to, you know, cut me out of like a whole community and all this other stuff, then like, cool, do that. I got other shit going on. So, yeah, I don't know. I really, I know that there's other people out there. I mean, they may not be listening right now, but I know for a fact there's other people out there going through similar stuff that they're going, ugh, this sucks. And I've already kind of like, not moved past it, not to trivialize, but you know what I mean? Like, I'm in a different space. I've had longer to sit with this because it's been going on for like 9 months now for me, all this mean girling and all this bullshit. And, you know, I've had longer to sit with it. It's fresh for these other people. And, I'm having to like kind of tell them these things, you know, like, you will get through it. I promise you, like, you will. And these people aren't as big and bad as you think they are. They're not as big and bad as they think they are either. I don't care if they do have a following of 20,000 people or whatever. Like, at the end of the day, they're just a person. And frankly, they're not a very nice person. And the people they hang out with are not very nice people either. And they have to live with that. So, like, they can have each other. You do you. Live your life. You know, do your own thing. They'll do their thing. You do yours. And that'll be it, you know? And when I was first going through all of this, you know, I was like, oh, but they're so big. They have such a big following. Oh, no. Like, what if they don't like me? Oh, why are they being mean to me? Oh, no. Blah. And then, again, I wish that somebody would have been there to be like, who cares about who they are? Who cares about them? Literally nobody. Nobody cares. They're just a person. Just like you and me. You know, that would have made me feel better, to be honest, because it would have put shit in perspective. And it took real stuff like, you know, serious stage 4 cancer coming up out of nowhere, taking people's lives, and, you know, doing all kinds of things for me to realize, like, these bitches don't matter. After this part, I guess I could have been chain stitching these, but I didn't think about it because I'm doing the boxed bottoms. After this part's done, I'll have the outsides done, and then I'll just need to do the liner and the handle. Like, these are a way quick sew, especially if I were paying more attention and I were actually chain stitching like I should have been. One thing I do notice, by the way, about this oil cloth, I get a little tiny blob. I guess I could have been like focusing you guys on the machine so that you could actually like see the sewing. Sorry, I don't know. Somebody should have told me. I get a little blob of, I mean, honestly, it appears like wax on my needle. It doesn't cause a problem, but it builds up after like, I don't know, 20 or 30 stitches, and it ends up right here in the middle of the needle, and then I gotta like poke it off. So, it doesn't really cause a problem. I'm not using a Teflon needle or anything. This is a regular, I don't know what size they are, but just a regular, you know, sharp needle. Nothing special here, but that is kind of interesting. So if you're new to oil cloth like I am, you might notice some of that. Kind of like read back on some of these comments again. Let's see. Self-sufficient farm. They're fun to watch, and all their animals are pets. We farmed peonies, and we kept bees for 10 years. We sold all of our stock last year, getting ready for empty nest and retirement. So Elizabeth, I don't know if you're still on here. You kept bees, which I think is really, really cool. I have always been interested in that, but I've never lived on a property big enough to be able to do it. Mostly because I always hear that if like the bees, you know, if there's noise and like stuff around, they don't like it and they'll leave. I have always been interested in beekeeping. That might be one that I might actually do. I just think it is so cool, and obviously I'm a big proponent of, you know, save the bees and all that kind of stuff, but I'm also a big gardener. I mostly do ornamental gardening, mainly, to be totally honest with you, due to time. I don't ever get to cook on a regular schedule, and because I don't get to cook on a regular schedule, I would be growing produce and then it goes bad. Like, I grew carrots and garlic one year because I thought, oh, those won't spoil and I'll get through carrots and garlic really quick. And then I didn't, and I did get through some of them. They were the best tasting carrots I'd ever had in my life. And they were easy, and the garlic was great, but I didn't get to preserve it in time, and you know, all these things happened, and it just, it fell apart. So, you know, that was a bummer. And I just haven't picked that back up. I just do the ornamental stuff because it's like flowers are flowers, and I at least feel good about, I try to plant good stuff for bees and butterflies so that at least they have some food, and then I have pretty things to look at. And, you know, that's it. That's where it goes. So, but I never, and I always thought that with gardening, like beekeeping just sort of seems, you know, I don't know, it seems like it kind of goes with that. Pollination and whatnot. Lends itself, I guess I should say. I am gonna chain these so I can save a little bit of time. I don't typically chain on boxed bottoms, but, you know, I don't see why not. I don't see why not. Maybe that's why not, because it's a little hard to fit under there, but I think it'll be okay. It's a little difficult to keep it all lined up, you know, with the other one right next to it, but it's okay. Not bad. Chain off a little more and give myself some space. That will help. Okay. So you kept bees for 10 years. Like, I don't know. Tell me about beekeeping. I'm so fascinated by that. The Garden Answer channel I was speaking about, she tried beekeeping. You know, she has this huge amount of acreage, and she's all, you know, organic, pesticide free, everything. But she couldn't keep her bee colonies kept leaving. So that was one thing that I feared. And then one of the colonies just completely like died. She wasn't sure why. She thinks maybe they got into something on someone else's property or something, and maybe brought it back and they died. And I don't know. I am so fascinated by it, and I think it would be such a cool thing to do. But I live on like a normal kind of small residential property, and I'm just afraid if like somebody with acres of land can't even keep their bees, like, you know, they're gonna leave my house real quick. And then the other thing I really worry about is all of my neighbors, I really hate that they do it, get those like pesticide spray companies, but I'm not talking about spraying like in the house. They spray like the whole freaking property for like mosquitoes or whatever. But I'm just thinking like that's so ridiculous. Like spraying your lawn, that doesn't even make sense with the way mosquitoes breed. And then, you know, these people also leave like tons of stuff out with rainwater collecting and it all over the place, but then spray their entire property with pesticide. And all of my neighbors do it, and I'm not really into pesticide because I just feel like, look, it's poisoning them. What's it doing to us? It can't be good for us. And everything you put out gets into the water table. So, you know, that's my little spiel on that. I'm not like super crunchy granola or anything, but I try to be mindful of like not spraying, you know, poison on everything. That being said, I worry about trying to keep bees in a neighborhood, you know, like that, where I just feel like they're going to get, you know, poisoned pretty quickly if they get into somebody else's like flowers and stuff, you know, which they're going to. Like they go out, they forage, they come back and bring back whatever they find, and I would just be afraid they would, you know, land in someone else's garden and then be sick little bees and then die. Somebody so right around here in my in-laws neighborhood, somebody must keep bees, or there must be a natural hive, because I keep finding dead male bees all over the place. And at first I was thinking pesticide, but I recently learned, educational fact for tonight, male bees are kind of useless in the colony. They don't protect because they don't have stingers, and their only job is to mate with the queen. And once they do that, every winter when it gets really cold, the female bees do most of the work. They're the ones with the stingers, and they're the ones who do like pretty much everything around the hive. And male bees don't do as much pollinating as female bees. So when winter hits and it gets kind of cold out, the male bees are just taking up extra space basically and eating food, and they're not mating as much. So they kick all the male bees out, and the female bees will literally drag them out, and they cast them out, and then the male bees, I don't know if like they all die, but most of them die, I guess, because they don't have shelter and food, which makes me really sad. Nature, brutal. But I learned that, and I was wondering why in the world I was finding dead bees everywhere. And I think that's why. Everyone I've picked up, they don't have a stinger. So I'm pretty sure that they're male bees. They don't even have like the little hole in their booty where they would have the little, like, it's not like a female bee that stung someone and then died from it. So I'm pretty sure they're male bees. So I'm in this neighborhood, they're like 1, 2 and like slightly bigger acre properties. And there's tons of people in here who garden and have horses and cows and stuff. They're like farmstead. I wouldn't really call them farms, but they're little tiny ranches. I don't know. My in-laws don't have that. They just, you know, live here in this neighborhood. So I'm guessing someone in here, there must be an apiarist somewhere in this neighborhood. Or there's lots of mature trees. Maybe there's just a natural colony here, a hive somewhere. But I'm curious about, you know, like, I don't know what it, and like, what do you do with all the honey? You can only eat so much freaking honey. And I mean, I don't know, I'm assuming you make stuff, right? Like, what did you do with all your honey? Did you sell it? Do you like hoard it? Do you eat all of it? I mean, that's a lot of honey. I know you have to leave, you know, some for the bees and whatever, but you do have to take it, right? Because otherwise they like suffocate, they drown, they have too much honey. I think that's right. And if I'm misspeaking on stuff, then, you know, feel free to correct me, because obviously I don't know. I just fringely am interested in beekeeping. I think that would be a really cool hobby. But yeah, what would I do with all that honey? Then I would have another hobby of trying to get rid of the honey. Like, oh, I make, you know, honey soap and honey spread and honey lotion and honey candles, beeswax candles, I guess, whatever. So many things. Okay, so these are all boxed now, and when I make these, I don't even bother to like cut any of these. They nest perfectly fine into their little situations. So I don't even bother cutting any of it. You could clip all this. I don't do any of that. It's a car trash can, y'all, and it doesn't seem to affect anything about the way they sit. So I have all 3 of these done, and I boxed all of them. They all have a tag. Yay! I'm going to throw those aside and then I'm going to do the liners. I don't even know. It's 9 o'clock here. It's only 9. And you guys, I feel like it's midnight. I feel so tired. Which is crazy because last night I stayed up till 2 a.m. I couldn't go to sleep. And that's been happening to me like a lot of the days. So now I'm like, oh, it's super late. Just kidding. It's 9 o'clock. Oh, too young to be feeling that old and tired. Okay, let me see here. So I actually she doesn't call for it in the pattern for you to taper the lining, but I have learned in my sewing journey for pretty much everything, if you're stuffing one thing into another thing, taper the lining, even if they don't call for it. Even if you taper just a couple of millimeters, seriously, you get a way cleaner fit. And personally, I don't really understand why, and the lining pieces are not cut smaller already. If they're cut smaller already, cool. But like in the case of this particular pattern, she has you cut the exact same size for the lining and the outside. You really should be tapering. That's just like a basic physics issue. Volume tells us if it goes inside the other thing, it has to be slightly smaller. It can't be the exact same size. If it's the exact same size, then you get all these fitment issues, and I mean, it's terrible and ugly, and it's just, it's no good. So I taper just a little bit using the same seam allowance, and I just taper a tiny, tiny bit. And that helps so much. Maybe some other more experienced person can tell me why in the world you would never taper, but like, I find it just does not even fit well if you don't taper. I always end up having to go back and taper anyway. I start off at the very top so that the tops right here line up correctly. So right here where you're sewing, I start off with the same seam allowance, but as I get down to the bottom, I taper a bit. And I would say, it's an 1/8 of an inch off either side, but that adds up to a total of, 1/4 of an inch. I didn't backstitch on that. Lame. Oh well. Oh well. That'll be all right. And then, okay, right sides together. I'm mostly hoping that these sell too, because I have this white waterproof canvas. There's nothing wrong with it, but no customers ever want white waterproof canvas. Word to the wise, if you're stocking up your bag making supplies, I bought like 5 yards of white waterproof canvas, 6 years ago. And I used to have time to take commissions, and I did a ton of commissions. Everyone wants black until they get their second bag from you. The first bag, they always want a black lining. Then they come back and they go, oh, I love the black lining, but it's like looking into a black hole. There's no light in there, and I can't see the bottom of my bag. And I tried to tell them that when they ordered, but they don't listen. But nobody ever wants white. And I kind of get it. White gets dirty. You got to be gentle with white. But I thought surely somebody would order white. But they just never have. I've never, even when it looks really good, they're like, nah, I don't want it. So I figured this looked really cute with the white, and it's just a car trash can. Doesn't have to be for trash. Like I said, it could be for toys or like, backseat organization for the kids, front seat organization for you. Keep your reusable grocery bags. Stuff them all in this one. Hang it on the back of the seat so you don't forget them. Whatever. But yeah, I was thinking, oh, this is a really good use for this. So I'm excited to see it go, because I have been like holding on to this stinking waterproof canvas forever. I feel like I'm probably the only one actually sewing tonight. Maybe not, but nobody else chimed in with what y'all are working on. There you are. I keep misplacing my snips. I need to figure out, so this machine is not magnetic even though it's metal, which is a major bummer. I really need to figure out how to get a minder on this, a magnet. I've been toying around with the idea of creating one to sell in the shop that like you know, stick on, like that sticks, because shouldn't say none, but all the semi-industrial machines I tried, none of them are magnetic. And it drives me nuts. I am used to having a place to stick my snips. And, you know, obviously I haven't had that, and it's driving me crazy. So I've been toying around with an idea of like some sort of solution for that. I haven't found one that somebody has for sale. Also, at some point I should check my bobbin here because I have been sewing all evening and doing all kinds of top stitching and stuff, and I still have bobbin thread, which is a little shocking. We all know how that's gonna go. At some point I'm going to be sewing with air here. The nice thing about this machine, it does make quite a bit of, not like noise, but it does, you know, change tone quite a bit when it's not sewing with any thread. So it's pretty easy to tell. Oh my goodness. Okay, let me see. By the way, Elizabeth, I also love that you farmed peonies. I love peonies, and I've never been able to grow them. They're probably very hard, maybe that's why, but I've never had success. But they are so stinking pretty. Yeah, I love them. So Brooke left, but she said that she's at the beach, which sounds super fun. I thought about stopping in California and staying like somewhere by the beach, and I did look. My problem is I don't love the Southern California beaches. I really like the Northern California beaches, like way northern. They're still sandy and whatever, but they tend to be colder and rockier and frankly a lot more like temperamental as far as the waves and tide. But I just love that feel a lot more. That's more, I don't know, that's like my peaceful place. I'm not a big beach person anyway, but I love those types of beaches. So I wanted to drive up there, but that was going to be like a whole extra day's drive. And then for whatever reason, the hotel rates, even in like little places, Airbnbs and stuff like that, were like nuts. So I just said, I'm gonna go back home. I have work to do anyway. And then of course, you know, nothing was working when I got here. So it was like, I should have gone to the beach. So I'm a little jealous that Brooke is at the beach, but that sounds very nice. Let's see. I hope I'm pronouncing this right. Milone says, love from Bangladesh. Hello. Very nice to get somebody, I don't know, from out of the country. How very exotic. Bangladesh, huh? So let's see. Elizabeth says, we have 7 acres. Noise was not really a problem, and they didn't mind the lawnmower, and we got them to pollinate the flowers. The honey was the best part of it. You have to watch them. They do give signs before they swarm and leave. Getting started in 2023 would likely be over the top expensive. Yeah, so that's another thing. As far as, you know, beekeeping, it does seem like it's quite the expense, and for them to just like leave and or die, it's like, ooh, that's a big investment. And I don't know, I don't know. I think if I knew somebody personally, like local, that could kind of teach me and kind of show me, but just that seems like a lot of money to just experiment, right? I can watch all the DIY videos I want, but if my environment is not right and I don't have those kinds of things cued in, that's a really big, expensive undertaking to, you know, yeah. So I have looked into it fringely, and it just seems like, ooh, that's going to be a lot. And, you know, I don't know. I'm just freaked out that it wouldn't work. Dead bees you see might be a hive cleanup. They wait for good weather to fly and carry all the dead out. Yeah, maybe it has been good weather here. Like, and I keep finding them. There's so many of them. So, that's really interesting. You know, I haven't watched anybody like drop them, but I keep finding them, and they're all over the driveway out here. And the neighbor right on the side over here has really big mature trees, really tall ones, and I'm seriously wondering if there's a hive in there somewhere. Um, I don't think they keep them. I think there might be like a natural hive. So, she says that they sold the honey locally, and she misses the honey. They will eat it. I know they will eat their own honey. Obviously, if you don't take it, they need it. That's their food source. But I thought, I don't know. I've always heard that anyway. That if you don't take it, like there's too much. Like they have it in excess. So, command strip a magnet to my machine for my snips. I could try that. These are really heavy duty snips. They weigh a ton. I don't even know, like a lot compared to my other snips. So these definitely need like a for realsies magnet. But they're really nice snips. They're super thick, if you can see them, and they're like, here, I'll put them by the microphone. They like sound nice. They're just, I don't know, man. They're like two knives. They are way nicer than my other snips, and they were kind of expensive. I stumbled upon these people at the OSQE show, and the story that I was told, it was the mother-in-law who was working, mother-in-law, one of the two. I think the mother of the son. Her son and daughter-in-law, I'm pretty sure, bought an old scissors factory. I don't know why. They did it on a whim. This was pre-pandemic? Maybe after the pandemic that I saw her, but I think they bought it just before the pandemic, and they had it for 5 or 6 years, and they wanted to revitalize like this factory. And I think the factory's in Canada, if I remember right. And this is the brand, which it'll be backward for you guys, but holy cow. And I bought pinking shears from them too, and they are so nice. They have a Facebook group, I know, and then they sharpen all of their own shears if you send them to them. And I believe the mother-in-law lives in New Jersey, I think, and she will go around to the craft shows and like help sell their scissors and their snips. And they make rainbow ones and regular ones, and I don't remember the price being outrageous for how nice of quality these are. And I have been using these now for like 2 years. I've never sharpened them. I've never had to tighten them. I've never had to do anything, and oh my gosh, they are like pristine. I love them. But that being said, they weigh a ton. I bought a magnet for my industrial machine that like holds other snips fine. These hold, but barely. They like kind of get on there and they kind of slide off. So I would need a pretty serious, like pretty good one. So, but the command strip for the regular ones, like I have little Amazon snips in here, and that would probably be okay. Or like little things. So that might not be so bad. But for this guy, I definitely need like a really heavy duty needle minder. In fact, I'm really bummed. Look, I'll show you guys. I got this at a local quilt shop. Where is it? And I got really excited. There it is. I saw it by the register. It's actually a needle minder, but it's so strong, like my foot is stuck to it currently. Let me take this off. I love Princess Bride. And so it's a little Wesley pirate, but it says "as you stitch" on it. Isn't that so freaking cute? I just happened to stumble upon it at a quilt shop by the register, and I was like, I have to have that. And it's you know, a magnetic needle minder, but like ooh, holy crap. Oh, but I don't know if I'm supposed to put anything there. I have been trying. That's hilarious. I wanted this part to be magnetic. Maybe it's just this screw that's magnetic. I don't know. This says right here, disconnect from supply circuit before opening. There's like real mechanics in there. That might be really bad to put this here. I'm gonna have to get out the manual and see what's in here, because I don't want to like, there's definitely a mechanism. There's the foot pressure mechanism right here, and then obviously your tension distance stuff. But I'm so excited. Look, the screw is magnetic. My father-in-law is it must just be that screw. Yeah, because it moves quite a bit. Let me see if this will hold it. It kind of holds it. It's pretty loose. It's going to vibrate right off. But the good news is, what if I could glue, like, I don't know, something metal or something on here nicely and then put this on here? Haha. Yeah, the bed is magnetic as all get out. In fact, I don't know if I can really get that off. Not the bed, but whatever, this little piece is here. Can I get that off without scratching the bed? Anyway, I've been carrying this around and I'm just using it for a needle, you know, as it's like meant for, but I love that little thing and I'm so freaking bummed. So I'm going to have to figure out a good solution. My father-in-law has always worked in metal his whole life. That's what he started out as, a metal worker, working like press brakes and stuff. And then he started his own company doing that same kind of stuff, lasering metal and just fabricating all kinds of metal things. So I bet you he is an engineer and he's very smart. So I bet you if I say, hey, I need something safe for the machine on here to do that we need to rig up and I want to make it cute and functional, he could probably help me with that. He likes a good project. Okay, once I box these bottoms, then I'm going to move on to the handles. I just like to get the lining out of the way. So, I don't know if anybody out, watching right now, are any of y'all gonna go to the Wizardry Retreat in May, or are you going to Socation at Margaritaville in June / really early July? It's the last week of June. I don't know if you are, but I will be there at both of those things. I will be just obviously attending the Wizardry Retreat as like a, you know, regular attendee. And then for Socation, obviously I'm vending and I'm teaching. So I have 3 classes at the Socation. 2 of them are the same classes, just a repeat, different time slots. And then another one is a different class about just like bag making, hardware, tools 101 kind of situation. So those are really my only plans at this point for the year. I want to sign up for some other shows, but given that I don't know what's going on with this dental situation and when I'm going to be finished, I don't want to bite off more than I can't currently chew because I don't have teeth. Yeah. So I'm kind of like biding my time. I'm just waiting to see what happens, but I would love to sign up for some other shows. I just don't know what exactly those will be yet. Oh, I lied. I have one more show. St. Louis. I forgot. St. Louis in September. Meet me in St. Louis in September. That is the Oh So Crafty Expo. And I'm excited for that one. I will be teaching there as well. I just don't know which pattern yet, what I'm going to be doing for that. So I am signed up to do that, and I'm signed up to vend there as well. So I forgot about that one, but I do want to sign up for some other shows. I would like to sign up for OSQE in Irving. That's, you know, local to me. And then I'd also like to sign up for the Houston Quilt Fest. Oh my goodness, my nose. But I don't know about timing. So we'll have to see how all that goes. I'm hopeful that after Socation in June, July, I'm hoping I will be done with all of this. There's some talk from the dentist that he wants me to come back in June and finish then after Socation. And, you know, I don't know about all that. I mean, I'm going to have to finish if I'm not finished, but I don't know We're gonna have to see. Oh, y'all. I'll probably just leave an opening on my top stitch, but I definitely boxed these bottoms not paying attention. I'm supposed to leave myself a turning hole. It's fine. I can just leave a hole at the top and I'll do it through the top stitching, which I might actually like better because I don't have any white thread and I hate using thread that shows to close a lining like that. So, womp. I don't like doing that. Let me get some more water real quick. BRB. Ugh. Ow. Oh, so old. Okay. Oh, my knees. They are hurting after this last Disney trip. It was fun, but oh my gosh, we walked a lot for such small parks. That was a lot. And I am for sure still recovering. My poor knees. Okay, well, these are all boxed and done. I'm gonna set these aside. I'll probably just throw them in the drawer. Okay, so I gotta grab my Velcro and my handle pieces, which are here. And I gotta do some little marking right quick. So, let me grab my example over here so I can remember what in the heck it is that I did too. Let me see, Velcro. Right here. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. So what I did last time, I figured this out. I did not like I said, I was like, why didn't I, hide it under a portion of like this stitching? Because this is the quad fold method. So I'll explain. If I grab one of these examples over here, I can show you what I mean. I made all of these without thinking it through. And then I realized, oh, I don't really like the way that looks. It's a car trash can. I probably just really need to slow my roll. But again, I don't like when things bother me like that. And I just think to myself, you know what? I'm taking the trouble to make this. I can make it better. So I'm always striving, when it's something like that to make it better. So this is what I didn't like. Okay. So, this, like when you sew through and you add the Velcro on here, I just did not care for seeing it through on this side because you can see it with the top stitching. So what I opted to do after making this whole set and then figuring it out, on this one I hid it. So you can see it from the one side, but not the other, like when it's whatever, assembled, like when the pieces are together. And I did that by marking it out and doing it, adding the Velcro, that's what I mean by doing it, before I finished assembling it. So let me explain. This is a non-fraying material, but did I actually cut this 4-fold? Let me check, because this oilcloth is non-fraying. No, I did this 3. If I were using cotton, I would have to do it quattro fold, but I'm just gonna do this quattro fold anyway because that's what I have here. So if this were cotton, we would need to fold into each other like this evenly, right? And then fold it one more time. It's the 4-fold method so that in the end, we don't have a raw seam here. Because this is oilcloth, you probably could do the 3-fold. I don't think it would fray, but I don't know. So let me tilt this just a tiny bit so I can stay on screen. So what I ended up doing is I'll mark out 1 inch from the edge because this is 4 inches wide and the strap in the end is going to be 1 inch wide. So let me grab a pen, try to like get in this workspace here. I have a huge ruler here and a tiny workspace. So let me see. Okay, I have a pen here. Gonna make a couple of little lines because you can see through on this and I don't need to make a lot. So on, oh well, and then I marked it like I was doing it 3-fold. What a ding dong. Okay, I'll just make another line. It doesn't matter. You could mark out all of your inches on here if you wanted to, but you don't have to. You really just need your halfway point. Oy, the ruler's the wrong way. Get it together. Okay. Just kidding. So I'm making a halfway mark on here. All right. So what's going to end up happening is I'm going to fold all of this into here. And what I want to do is this folds in this way. There's only 2 sides here that are going to still be exposed. Does that make sense? This is one of the exposed sides, this is one of the exposed sides, and I don't want to sew through all of this because I don't want that X showing, because then when I do my top stitching it looks, you know, it looks cluttered, there's too much. So I don't, you know, I just don't want that. What I ended up figuring out was, okay, if I'm going to fold here and I kind of make myself a line, and on the oilcloth you can score yourself, like finger score a line. It's easier to do this on the surface. You can see right where you need to place your Velcro, and then you can sew it on before it's doubled over, right? So now any of the ugly kind of stitching and whatever is hidden inside of your 4 folded layers. Does that translate? So I scored that and folded myself a line, and I can tell now that's where it's going to go. So I'm going to take my piece of Velcro, which is here, and cut myself off a, you know, length, like 1.5 inches, 2 inches. And I'm going to put that right here, and I'm going to sew it on using the, like a bar tack style stitch. So a rectangle all around the outside and then an X through. I do the X through on any Velcro I do because when you pull, it lightens the load on just the stitching on the outside. Otherwise you end up pulling it and pulling it from the middle over and over again, and your edges will eventually end up lifting and ripping. So I always do the X through, that way when you pull it's a nicer like experience, and you're not ripping the handle, and like you can feel it, if that makes any sense, when you pull it apart. So I always do the X like that, and it just lasts a million times longer and looks better. But see, doing it that way, now I don't have the ugly X on the back side, and my top stitching, you know, is cleaner and nicer. Would anyone have noticed that besides me? Probably not, I don't know, but I didn't like it, and I want to make sure it's good. Now I want to, yeah, okay. I want to make sure I'm doing them all the same way. So on the long side of the handle, I made the fluffy Velcro side. So I'm going to cut 3, and I'm batch sewing 3 of these at the same time. So I'm going to just cut these ahead of time. And then I can get the Velcro out of my way because it keeps sticking to everything, and I don't want that in my way. Oops. Be gone. Okay. So I've got 3 soft pieces, and then, you know, I kind of just like rough cut those, but I do want to cut those with my for realsies scissors. Because I don't want them to be, you know, all crooked and like askew, right? The ends. Get my little trash can here so I don't make a mess. Thank you, by the way, Elizabeth, for all of that interesting info about beekeeping, because I really do think that's like, I don't know, I'm so interested. I'm so interested in all kinds of like weird stuff like that. I love to learn from people, and I like learning from people, you know, that like I know it's not just something on the internet that I read and then I'm going, oh, is that true? Is it not? The hive cleanup is an interesting thought. I didn't realize that they like, I don't know, died and kept them in there. Kind of weird. I guess, I don't know where they would go. I assumed they like drug them out and got rid of them. So that's, you learn something new every day. Ugh. I actually just now realized I'm sitting really low in this chair. I could be here. I think maybe I've slowly been like sinking all night because I feel like I'm sitting too low. Okay. So I'm going to prep these other 2, and then I'll do all of them at the same time, all the soft sides of the Velcro. So I'll put the scratchy sides aside for now. And we'll do those later, after we do this part. Okay. Wait, saw we got some like new comments on here, and I'll come back and read in a few minutes. I'm trying to stay focused while I remember what I'm doing. Because, you know, I'll get distracted and then I'll be all, oh, squirrel, and I'll forget what it is that I just said I was doing. Okay, those are marked up. I can get rid of this big old ruler now. And then put this away, out of my space, and out of my face. I really like this bee oil cloth. And again, I got it at Joann's. You know, it wasn't terribly expensive. It's a utility yard, so it's like 56 inches wide. And that 56 inches by, you know, 36 was $24 regular price, but then you can use a coupon or get it on sale. And so it really was not badly priced for the yard, for, you know, being a nicer fabric, and then you don't have to interface it. I'm not using any interfacing, and you don't have to eau de coat or do anything like that. And then it's also a nice wipe-offable fabric, so I figured for car trash cans, ouch, you know, that would be appealing to people. It's more of a utility style fabric, so I thought that would be good. Let's see, we've got, looks like Mickey and Robbie joined us. So that is good, and it looks like maybe they're in Vegas. I like the bees too, Mickey. I think they're fun. And I wanted, you know, something with pretty good mass appeal. So what I was saying much earlier in the live is that I am batch sewing some items to take to a local farmer's market. I decided while I was here in Arizona, chilling, getting all this dental work done between procedures, I could do farmer's market. Why not? You know, I don't have anything else going on. Why not? So that's basically where I'm at with it. It's like, I might as well, you know, do something interesting with my time. And it's a small farmer's market. It's like a neighborhood institution kind of situation where people sort of like know and can expect, you know, local and handmade vendors and all of that. So I just thought, yeah, I could do that. And I didn't bring anything with me to do shows. But I needed, oops, sewed a little too long on that one, and I actually need to shorten my stitch length here. There we go. Anywho, I need a new canopy. So I figured, well, I'm going to Amazon it when I get home. I could just Amazon it here and then, you know, drive it home. The bus has a ton of storage underneath. I have, you know, 40 feet of storage, plus we're towing the truck. I could just throw it in the truck bed. So I Amazoned a canopy and it came, and so I figured I'll use my new canopy here. And I had Corey send me some supplies. I've been shopping my own supplies all week, having him mail me stuff. And so I said, oh, toss my square reader in there, and then I'll have that, and I'll just go do the show. I'll just sew up what I can here in the bus. I have, you know, materials with me. I have Joann's. I can go buy stuff, and then yeah, why not? So, and I heard about the farmer's market because my husband's cousin does it, and she crochets, so she does handmade stuff. And you know, she was telling me that, you know, the sales go pretty well. So I'm thinking, you know, if I bring some lower priced items, then I'll be okay. And it's a really cheap booth fee too. So that was the other thing I was saying, you know, I can afford that. That's no big deal. I have to sell, you know, 3 items to make my time and my booth fee, and I can handle that. So, anyway, I figured it'll be something fun to do. Well, good thing it's only a car trash can, because that one went off the rails a little bit. Not horribly so, but I overshot my bar tack corner on the end there, but from far away. Meh. Anyway, we'll do better next time. But the good news is, see, because I did it this way, now when I fold the layers, it's hidden. So, like, nobody could tell. I mean, they could tell if they looked at the Velcro side, but you know what I mean. That's why I like it better. It's better. It's those little things, you know, once you make enough items, you just, I don't know, maybe I'm the only one who does that, but I've made enough items at this point that I just feel like I'm already putting in all this effort. I should make it within reason. You know, look, I'm not trying to make a $3,000 car trash can here, but I want to make them nice, you know, and I have to put my name on them. People are seeing them, you know, I made it, and I don't want it to be, I always try to make things the way I would make them for me, again, within reason. So I guess that's a good way to put it. Like, I don't want the ugly stitching, you know, to show through with the top stitch lines, and there's really no way to control that when you have multiple layers. So how can I go about making that better? And that's a way to make it better. And it's an easy thing. You just have to think the process through before you do it, right? Like, this doesn't cost me any extra time or material. It's the exact same amount of stitching. It's just thinking it through and engineering a better way of assembling so that it isn't ugly. I've been thinking about going and seeing a movie lately, but I have no idea what's even like coming out these days or when. So who has seen a good movie lately? I mean, honestly, it could just, I don't have to go anywhere. I could just stream something too. So if you've streamed something decent lately, then tell me, because I could use something to watch. And like, you know, true to myself, I brought, Corey bought me a Kindle for Christmas, which was very sweet. And while we were in Germany over Christmas, also, I bought a bunch of historical books, like at some of the historical sites we were at from the museums. I got all excited to read them. I'm still excited to read them. The problem is I have to sit down and read them. And I'm probably not going to do that. I had all these high hopes that, like, I'm going to sit in the bus and I'm going to sew and I'm going to read and enrich myself and all these things. And that's not been what's happening. I have been on my hands and knees doing projects, changing fuses. I don't know, the toilet broke the other day. So we had to, you know, figure that out, diagnosing stuff. I've been like, you know, we're still learning about this bus. And so it's just been that. So that's been fun in a different way and enriching in a different way. But I was having all these delusions of grandeur that I was going to, you know, oh, I'm gonna do all these, you know, all these nice things for myself, you know, and spend all this time doing nice things that I want to do. Yeah. Instead, I've been taking ibuprofen for my aching back from all the projects and then also my hurting teeth. So, which is also why I opted to take the break and run over to California and do something fun, because I was like, I'm not doing what I thought I was going to do anyway. And notice how I went to Disney and was in a hotel room by myself, and I definitely could have brought those books with me, and I 100% did not. Instead, I stayed out all night, riding rides and drinking cocktails. Oh, damn it. And I ain't even mad about it. That being said, I could be reading those books, but instead I'm asking for movie recommendations, so let me know about those things you've been watching. I I've also been toying around with the idea of watching a new TV series. I don't really know if I actually want to start anything. I'm a binge watcher, and I won't start watching it if it doesn't have at least 5 seasons. I refuse to commit to a show and get, engrossed in it, and then it gets canceled. And I don't have enough, whatever. I get too invested too quickly, and then I'm mad. So I won't watch it if it's brand new. So I'll put it on the list, and I'll watch it in 4 years. Which is a big bummer. It's like, I think it's a Netflix show, but I don't really remember. Yellow Jackets? It's a show called Yellow Jackets. Maybe it's not Netflix. I don't know who has it. Somebody has it, and it looks really good. And I have been interested in watching that one, but I won't because it's too new. And I'm afraid that, it won't get renewed, and then I will be a sad, sad panda. Okay, so I just realized I've been sewing all of these wrong. How annoying. I put them, here's a lesson for you. It's fixable and it's fine. But I've been sewing them right here. My dumbass should have been putting it right here. That's how I did it on the other one. Because see, now it's folded on the inside. See, blip. I marked them and then put them in the wrong spot. It's fine. I'm just gonna roll this and do it like the triple method because this is non-fray. So there's just gonna be a third layer in there. I could go over and I guess cut the one out, but I don't want to. Unless I think it's too thick. This is too thick. The other one that I did over here, I didn't actually cut as a 4-fold. I cut it as a 3-fold. There's the raw edge right there. I just top stitched really close to it. So I could cut them. Ugh. I don't know. What do I want to do with this? I might just cut it. The only thing I don't like is the thickness of 4-fold on this oilcloth, even without the weird bulky whatever like down here. Like that's pretty thick. I might just cut off that extra and then that'll be easy. Let's see. Mickey said, I guess I better start using the X when sewing Velcro. You don't have to. You don't have to, but if you sew really close to the edge, I try not to sew. Hopefully you can see that like tear. I mean, it's close enough, but I don't sew really, really close to the edge because it can break apart. Like the plastic that the Velcro's on can become kind of brittle. So that can become an issue for one. And so if you're pulling on it and the middle is not secured, it kind of, it's Velcro. So it's like pulling on the part that's sticking out the most, and there's nothing securing this. So it just kind of ends up pulling over time. And if it's a high use item, like a baby bib or something, you're going to want to make sure it's really secured on there. But it's not like you're not doing it wrong. It's fine. It's just that's something that I've learned over time. Let's see. What pattern is this for the trash bags? So this is a quilt shop pattern that I grabbed. It is Sweet Jane's is the name, and they do have an Etsy, so you can get digital patterns. Sweet Jane, SweetJane.etsy.com is the website listed here. And like I said, I made very few changes. It comes in 3 sizes. Here's the picture, and I really like this style of pattern. Because of the way that it kind of sits open and the shape of it. I'm making the medium size right now. The one that I showed you guys, this one is the large. And I think this is really good for a truck or SUV. And it's, not just it's a catch-all bag. I'm using it as a car trash can, but you could put, reusable grocery bags, dog supplies, dog walking things, kids' toys, whatever in here. And I really like how it sits open on its own and the way it kind of like hangs. So if it's up against, a headrest or over your shift knob, I just like the dexterity of like the way that this one is. I actually bought the pattern at the quilt shop for myself, because you guys can't see it, but right below here I'm sitting at a desk, obviously, and there's a knob hanging off of one of the doors, and I wanted a little trash can, a thread catcher to hang there. So I said, I'm gonna like make that for myself, and I haven't even made one for myself because then I decided to do this show, and I thought, well, I'll just make car trash cans with it. So anyway, let's see what else. So that's that. Sewcation sounds fun. Yes. So the deal with, and I know what you're talking about with some of these shows, and you don't know the real like cost and stuff like that. Um, I will say that I think some shows are more honest about what's happening at the show and what you're signing up for and where you're putting your money. And so I would not judge every show based on some shows being, dishonest is probably too strong of a word, but I will put it to you this way: those shows that don't give you all the upfront cost and are not very upfront about how everything is going and want you to sign up and buy tickets first, that's engineered that way specifically. Okay. um, that's kind of all I'm going to say about that. If you really think about it, the people putting on that show know, they already have an idea of what's going on in the background. They just don't tell you. They know that come class sign up date, there's going to be people that are disappointed. They know how many seats are available. They know how many tickets they sell. They know that they're putting it out there in the wrong order. Any person typically doesn't want to just give somebody money without knowing what they're paying for, right? But those particular shows thrive on an atmosphere and a feeling of like FOMO, fear of missing out, that, oh, you got to buy this ticket now, and if you don't buy it, you're going to miss out on something super great. And then you pay for that ticket, it's non-refundable. They flood their own market with those tickets, and then they don't care because they already got your money. They don't care if you're satisfied. They don't care how much you complain. They don't care that their website, makes promises that it doesn't keep. They don't care that, they keep saying, oh, we're going to release all this information ahead of time, and then they don't, and then they put it out. That's all very purposeful. They've already got your money. They don't care. And even when people complain and bring that to their attention every single time, they still continue to sell events that same way. They know that people don't like that. They know that people don't want to spend that money and then have to spend more money and not get the information up front and all that. They literally thrive on that fear of FOMO. So, not all shows are that way. A lot of shows are much more honest about how they operate. Not all of them, but some of them. And I would just say, watch how you're spending and what you're buying. Others of them are much more open about the number of seats in the class, the availability, the signups. They're not creating this like false atmosphere of, oh, you better get this ticket and give me your money really, really quick. It's going to be so great. You're missing out, this weirdness. So anyway, yeah, I get what you're saying though. I fully 100% agree. And I've been pretty vocal about that publicly and privately, with some of those show owners and hosts, and they have flat just said they don't care, and they're aware that people are constantly upset and not getting what they're paying for, and they don't care. So it's done by design. That's what I'm going to say about that. And but I fully agree with you. It sucks to pay for something and be told, oh yeah, you're going to get access to all the classes, and then you don't. And then it's like this big weird race and throwing elbows trying to get spaces that are, there's not enough for everybody, clearly. And then to also be told, oh, just take different classes. I know you wanted these, but oh well, take these other ones. I fully agree with going outside of your comfort zone sometimes, but I don't just throw money out the window to then be told that I can't get anything that I wanted and just take something else. I'm not doing that. Like, that's why did I spend all this money? So I would just make sure to find shows that are a little bit more honest and forthright about their class signups and who's teaching and what they're teaching and all that. And they exist. You got to be careful. So there's that. And yeah, as far as the pricing, again, I fully agree with that. I think they need to be more honest about it. And sometimes it is a case of like they don't know, because I teach at a lot of these, and I'll be teaching at a few of them this year, like I said. And I always try to have my class kit sussed out and figured out ahead of time, and knowing how much it's going to cost. And I am open, about that. I require class kits. I know that's weird to a lot of people, but I do it for two reasons. One, it really is really nice to just show up and have the whole kit. I do the cutting, the interfacing, everything for you. And I'm really meticulous about it. And I do that for two reasons. One, because not everybody is as experienced as everybody else, and you are here to have fun, but you're also here to learn. I mean, that's why I teach these classes. It's to learn. So you might not be here to learn because maybe you're really experienced, but it's impossible to learn if you show up with a material that's different than everyone else's and you're asking questions and I'm having to help you, but I can't help these other people. It's not an even footing. And that's a bummer. That's really tough. And so I really like when everybody just has the same materials, the same everything. There's an element of control there that me as the teacher, I know your pieces are all interfaced and prepped and done and cut, and you didn't show up and not do your homework, because that's the same thing that that it happens every time. Somebody doesn't show up and they don't do their homework, and then they're like, but I don't have my pieces, wait for me. They're all over the place. And it happens, life happens. But this way, yes, you have to pay a little more, but the whole work is done for you. And like, for instance, for the Sewcation class, I am using Tula Pink fabric, which is a very nice fabric. It's highly sought after and expensive. I'm also using some Alexander Henry, and then I'll probably be using some sort of custom Hapa backstitch whatever fabric. So I'm not selling super cheap fabric at a really expensive price point. I'm doing a nice kit with interfacing and all the hardware and all of everything all curated and all done. And you just show up and the kit's got your name on it. It's sealed nicely in the bag. It's got the paper pattern, a copy of it and all that. And it, looks nice. It feels good. And you literally just get to sit down and sew. You don't have to do any cutting, any prepping. And there's an element of like relaxation and fun about that too. So that's the other thing. People grumble a little bit about the kits, but it makes the class way more smooth. And for me as a teacher, it relieves all of my anxiety, because in past people have shown up and gone, oh, I didn't do my homework. Oh, I forgot my interfacing. Oh, I didn't bring my rotary cutter. Can I borrow one? Oh, this and that and the other. And it's chaos. So I really like doing a class kit. I try to keep the cost digestible. But the other thing to know about these shows is the smaller shows do not compensate the teachers. So we are doing this like for fun for us, but also that's how we get our compensation. We have to sell a kit, and some of these show owners, they know, and they straight say, well, that's why I always tell all of my vendors or my teachers to also be vendors, because people will hopefully come by at your booth. But the reality of that is I don't need to teach a class to get people to come to my booth. I'm in the vendor hall. They'll come to me and buy from me either way. Teaching has never increased my sales. I keep very rigorous track of what I bring, what I sell, who I sell it to year after year. I even track it down to the color of what I'm selling and the quantity. We're very rigorous about tracking what we sell at shows for many reasons. We keep track of shrink and all that kind of stuff. Teaching has never benefited me in that way. I could show up and do way less work, not teach, only vend, make more money, save myself time. I don't do that because it's more fun to teach. And I enjoy doing it, and I like getting one-on-one time with people and all that. So I don't mind teaching, but it's not, if we're not being paid, it doesn't matter. Even with the class kits, with the amount of time that we put into them, we get back so little money. By the time we pay for the materials and then the amount of time to put in to make the kits. And so the show hosts who say that, oh yeah, well, go ahead and vend. At the end of the day, here's the thing. Without vendors and teachers, these hosts don't have a show. And some hosts know that, and some hosts they show that and are very appreciative of it, and some hosts are not. They just aren't. And they will just take and take and take and take, and it's not about community, it's about greed, period. And those are the same show hosts who are not honest up front with a lot of the customers. And again, it just shows in the way that things are operated. So, but these smaller shows, just being 100% transparent with you guys, they don't compensate, or if they do, it's like not even enough to buy one meal while we're on these trips for 4 and 5 days, between setup and tear down and all that. So, next time somebody says, I'm charging for a kit, understand that's part of it, because the teachers are trying to get, their $6 ahead in the class. Because seriously, that by the time the materials are paid for, that's about what we're making depending on the cost. They're not making a lot of money. That's how they're getting compensated. And they're doing that because they're told by the show host. The show host wants to pretend like, oh, the teacher, they have to have kids, that's up to the teacher. And it is up to the teacher. But make no mistake, that's why they're doing it. They want to get compensated. They want to make some money. So, and they should. Anybody who is teaching like that and giving their time, they deserve, anybody deserves to be compensated. So that being said, know that going in, that is a small portion, but the biggest reason for me is more of an issue of control, especially in larger classes when you have 20 and 30 people and 5 people showed up and didn't finish their homework, forgot things. You email them the pattern, they're supposed to print it off and bring it to class, and they don't. Also, I have learned from other teachers who've told me I'll never do it where people prep in class again, because everybody preps at a different speed. So it might take me 20 minutes to cut this bag out, whereas it might take somebody else an hour to cut it out, and now they're behind, and now they're not learning, and they're not getting, it's not the best of all worlds for the class. So that is why I do class kits. I don't, mark mine up a ton. I do, try to keep it fair, and I try to supply nice supplies for the cost of the kit. So I try to do, nicer sought after things that are more interesting and a little more rare. And then I also try to, make it worth your while that you're on vacation. Yeah, you're there to learn, but it's a vacation. It's a fun thing. So I want you to just come in, get your kit, sit down, have all the pieces. It's all good. And just have a good time. So, and then I don't have to worry. You don't have to worry. I don't have to worry. We're all having a good time. We're all learning. And I have never had a bad response to that. So that's, where I'm at with kits and the idea behind the extra cost. I definitely understand that it can be expensive, though, these shows. And so that's the other thing, some of these shows, the hotels are just really expensive, which is nice. It's nice to stay at a nice place, but sometimes you're just paying for the name of the hotel, and the hotel's not actually that nice. So that's kind of another thing to be aware of, research and look at what you're really doing. I don't particularly like staying at hotels where I refer to it as a food island. You are in a hotel where basically your only option is the one sit-down restaurant in the hotel, and then you have to pay, $17 plus fees to DoorDash every single meal, because you aren't going to rent a car if you're not, if you're flying in. So those get expensive. I would prefer to stay at places that have lots of options on site and actually have them open. I would tell you, one of the shows I've done the last few times, this is well after COVID, so this shouldn't be an issue. All the other hotels I stay at have plenty of food. But this one particular chain of hotels, the long and short of it is, it's a large chain hotel. They're not going to staff for a small show. They're just not. If you're not a $25,000 a $2.5 million, what I meant to say, show, they're not going to staff. So they're just going to close the coffee shops and close all the other places. They're not going to staff. I know this 110% because my husband's company, a international multi-billion-dollar company that he works for, throws their conventions, which are million big high dollar conventions, at this same chain of hotels. And when they throw a convention there, they have no problem getting all the restaurants open and all the staff there, and it's a very different experience versus these smaller shows. They don't put any staff in the coffee shop or in the grab and go place or whatever. They don't care. They just don't. So when I go to the conventions at that same hotel chain, all of a sudden everything is closed and there's no food options, and I can't even get a bag of chips. But when I go there with my husband and they do their big conventions, everything is open, everything is fully staffed. I mean, it's a numbers game for the company. So I get that, but I'm tired of paying for me, because I have to show up days before the show, and then usually I'm there a day after the show for setup and tear down and all of that. It costs us about $1,000 to just stay in the hotel as a teacher and a vendor. So I got really sick of that when I can't even get decent food for good cost. So that's another reason, frankly, why we bought the bus, because I'm traveling around doing a lot of this, and I just wanted my own kitchen. I wanted my own bed. I wanted my own kitchen. So that's what works for us, because I do enough of these. It's it's way too expensive to stay in the hotel. So I totally feel you on that. My advice on that would just be to double check shows that are, many of them, the same teachers. They're the same teachers, same vendors, at slightly smaller hotels that are cheaper. They're not $200, $300 a night hotels, but they're still nice. And also they're in areas where there are more cost-effective hotels. So like if you don't want to stay at that hotel the convention's at, there's literally a hotel within walking distance. You don't have to take an Uber, and there's food around. Budget-friendly food too. Decent sit-down restaurants that, and grab-and-go kind of places that you can get to. Starbucks, Taco Bell, Chili's, Applebee's, whatever. Just your kind of like average normal eateries where you're not having to pay $35 a meal per person. Or in the case of one of these conventions, one of the hotels, they only had their one sit-down restaurant open, and the whole hotel is booking that place out. We would go to the restaurant, try to eat, and there wasn't space for us. They just didn't have enough food options. And when we were finally able to get in, it's $40 a person for a burger and a soda, and it's like, this is just stupid. I got very quickly tired of that, which is why we did the bus thing. So yeah, the cost-effective situation, I would definitely say, there are a lot of shows around. Most of them are not as widely advertised within our sewing community, but they do advertise elsewhere. I'm not sure why they don't advertise within like these specific groups. They're big enough that they don't like need to come in here, but they are around. You just have to look for them. And so again, like the Oh So Crafty Expo that I'm staying at, that's at a really nice historic Hilton. It's a converted train station in Missouri. The building is absolutely beautiful. It's right across the street from the Cardinals Stadium there. And as part of their ticket sales, they are giving either the teachers and vendors, we get tickets to the baseball game, but it's part of the thing that they're doing super discounted tickets for attendees to go to the baseball game. So like you can, if you enjoy that, I'm not even a baseball fan, but I'm excited to go because I'm like, oh, they have all this great food, and I'm excited to go to a game. While the conference is going on, they have discounted tickets. So like that's a super fun thing that they're doing, and they're doing a ladies' night and VIP shopping and all that stuff, and it's in a beautiful building that's in a really nice brand new renovated building, and the cost is not nearly what it is at some of these other hotels that honestly you're just paying for the name. Let's be real. I'm going to turn you guys so I can go over here to the kitchen table and cut. So I'm going to trim these up. But yeah, you got to be conscious about where you're spending and what you're spending, and it's way too expensive. I don't even know, there's like comments in the way here. I think that's kind of where we need to be. It's way too expensive to be told, oh, you bought $150 or $200 ticket. Well, you can't get the classes. Just take something else that, have fun and take something else. That's such BS. I'm sorry, it really is. I get it. You're not going to get every class you want, but there are so many times where I'm seeing people that are just not getting anything, and they've forked out the money ahead of time, which is that's just ridiculous. Really, really ridiculous, frankly. There was even a lady who came to the last expo, one of the expos that I had done, and she said, well, I just bought this ticket, and the website that I bought it on, the website of the show, says I get access to all the passes or to all the classes all weekend. So she bought a pass that stipulated she got access to all of these classes, but all the classes had long been sold out and done with. So there is zero reason that this ticket should have even been for sale when there were no classes. So she came and there were no classes available anymore, but she didn't know that because she just stumbled upon the website and decided to buy a ticket. And then came there and went to the, front desk and said the registration and said, hi, I'm here with my pass. I'd like to sign up for these classes. And they said, well, that was months ago. So why was this ticket even still for sale? And then she literally got the answer of, oh, well, it's non-refundable. But she couldn't even get into any of these classes. The whole thing didn't make any sense. And she came and found me. That's how I know about this story. I don't even know this lady. She literally came and found me at my booth. And she just looked like she was about ready to be in tears. And I don't blame her because she said, I got a hotel for the whole weekend. I brought my machine and I bought this pass. And I came and the website says, and why was I able to buy this pass if the classes aren't available? I mean, she was heartbroken. And she was just told, oh, well, your ticket's not refundable. Too bad, so sad. And they weren't willing to help her. I happen to know lots of vendors at that show, and I personally walked her around the show and introduced her to these vendors. And I said, hi, this lady, this is her name, and this is her story. This is what's going on. And I just explained exactly what happened to her. And of course, all of us thought it was incredibly unfair. And I ended up getting her into all of these teachers' classes. And I mean, I'm just a vendor, I didn't need to do that. I wasn't even a teacher at that specific, show. I was just vending. And it really upset me, honestly, the treatment of this person. And then when she told me that the person she'd talked to before me was the owner of the show. And the owner of the show couldn't be bothered to help her out. So that right there was enough for me to go, you know what? I am not going to be involved with this anymore. That is so upsetting to me. The owner of this show could not even be bothered to help this lady. And, and here I'm just a vendor. Like, who am I? I'm just here. And I took time out of my day to walk this person around and get her signed up for all of these classes. I didn't need to do that, but I'm a human and I felt bad for her. And then to find out that this other person was in contact with her and just told her, oh, well, too bad, so sad, not my problem. And I'm thinking, but how did you sell a ticket to this when you know that classes aren't even available for it anymore? That doesn't make any sense to me. So anyway, I just think you need to, be real specific about who you're shopping with, where you're spending your money, how you're spending your money, and, finding shows that are run by honest people who actually care about your learning experience and all that. Because they do exist. You just gotta find them. But it is really sad to me that, just like everything in life, there are people and things out there who are only motivated by greed. And if you really look and pay attention, you'll see it. You just have to pay attention. And some people are better about hiding it than others. That's definitely for sure. But like Oh So Crafty and Margaritaville, the Socation, both of those are offered at much more cost-effective hotels. Margaritaville, I heard last year that everybody was saying the food was phenomenal. And that particular show offers a food voucher with your ticket. So you can actually prepay for all of your meals. And it's like a meal pass for the food there. You'll need to get the specifics on that. But I heard that was a smoking deal because you get your room, all of your classes, and then your food, like, all there. So I thought that was pretty cool, kind of like a cruise almost. And I heard really good things from the attendees about that show. They really enjoyed it, and they really liked what was offered. And so I'm excited to go and try it out. And excited to vend. I'm excited to finally be getting out into California because I get asked all the time by you guys, do something on the West Coast. You're like begging for West Coast. And so finally, I will be out on the West Coast. And then the Midwest, and I'm hoping to do some more stuff in Texas, but we'll see. Turn that down a little bit, so hopefully it's not so loud for you guys. Okay, so this exactly right here is why I like this so much more. See how much cleaner that is? There's just nothing there, and that makes me way happier. It's way cleaner looking. I know it's just a car trash can, but I don't care. It bothers me. It bothers me. So where is here? You guys are talking about Vegas, right? Come to Vegas and teach a class. I've been to Vegas a few times, really just like the strip and stuff, right? But I'm not terribly familiar with Vegas, and I don't know if anybody does a convention there. because, obviously I'm not putting on a convention. I just attend them and I vend at them, and I would be happy to do so. Anytime, so my husband's family obviously lives in Arizona, and anytime I can, plan a trip around stopping and getting to see his family, since we've moved, I want to do that. He's an only child, so his, parents obviously, good to see each other. They don't have, other kids here or anything. And also, he's got grandmas and stuff that are getting on in age, and other family members too. And then I've mentioned, that we've lost a few family members, in the recent years, and that's been really, tough and disheartening. And so it's like, okay, we want to make sure that we are spending time, where the time matters. And so anytime I can kind of tack on a work trip and say, oh, well, we could stop in Phoenix, and visit the family. Vegas is only 4 or 5 hours away. So that's really not so bad. So if you know of a show in Vegas, quilt show or another sewing expo or anything like that, or conversely, I have been looking into just teaching my own classes. Not really retreats or anything, just, maybe a weekend, over a weekend, a Saturday or something. Local quilt shops, a lot of them allow teachers to come and use the space. And I already spoke with some here in Arizona who said, oh yeah, we'd be happy to have you. So that might be something that I'll be doing. And then, if you know of any local quilt shop owners in Vegas who have that kind of a thing where they have classrooms and stuff, shoot me a voicemail, a email, that's what I was going to say, or a private message, and let me know, because I would be happy to check into it. I have spoken with 3 or 4 local quilt shops since I've been here, all of whom, would allow me to do classes. So I've thought about it. I think it would be fun. And that's not as far of a drive, you'd still have to come to Arizona, but not as far of a distance as California and all of that. But, Palm Desert is where Sewcation is, at the Margaritaville Resort there. And how far of a drive is Palm Desert from Vegas? Because I feel like that's probably 5 total, maybe 6 hours. That's not so bad. Come stay, have a little fun weekend, some cocktails. Sewcation will have live Wingo, which if you guys haven't heard about Wingo, it's bingo with fabric, which is put on by a company called My Little Shindig. She is a custom fabric person, custom fabric shop owner, I guess is the term I'm looking for. And I have not participated in Wingo yet, but I did get my Wingo board and it's assembled, and I am awaiting the next Wingo night, which I think is on the 26th of this month. She has 4 a quarter or something, and then you can buy a new Wingo board from her. And so she's doing live Wingo at Sewcation, which I'm really excited. I think that'll be really, really fun. And they're also doing a hosted social by the pool one of the nights. They close down the pool for Sewcation guests, and there's a bar there, and that's going to be a lot of fun. And the other thing that I really like, so here's the other deal. I will just tell you, as a teacher and a vendor, somebody who's spending all day on my feet, even more so than the attendees, I really do not like these gigantic hotels that I have to traipse back and forth, especially when I am teaching and I'm vending and I'm doing other stuff, meetups or demos or whatever. You guys, it sucks. By the end of the day, by 4 or 5 p.m., I am so dead, way more dead than the regular attendees, because I have to be there hours before. I've got to be there all day manning the booth and then teaching and then doing a demo. And when these hotels are ginormigantuan, like my Apple Watch will tell me that I have literally walked miles and miles and miles, and my feet are killing me, and I've got to do it for 3 or 4 days. I am so overdoing hotels that are like these huge, places where I have to, it's like, that's not fun. It sucks. And it also is easy to get lost. And I really don't like that either. So I'm really looking forward to all the places this year that I'm going are, either convention centers, which are still smaller because it's not a hotel and a convention center. And then just kind of normal sized resort hotels. So I'm also really excited about that because I cannot tell you, this last year, it took such a toll on me. It was exhausting. So exhausting. I did not enjoy some of these shows that I've done in the last few months. So, yeah, I'm over it. I'm just not gonna do that anymore. Thought I ran out of bobbin thread, but I didn't. Hand crank that last little bit there. Just so I can get right on the edge. There we go. Okay. Okay, so that is all of the large sides of the handles. Now I just have to do the little sides with the opposite pieces of Velcro, and it's literally the same process. I just have to not be a dingus and do them wrong. So I've got these three, and now it's like repeating the same thing. I am gonna trim these down really quick, and actually I'm gonna unmic myself because I have to go potty. And I'm not about to be hot mic'd in the bathroom. Be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm gonna get remiked, and I'm gonna trim these. hopefully you guys can hear me. I'm just off camera trimming these down. So the other day when I made these, I made the mistake of trimming them too skinny for the cotton I was using. It was non-fraying material, so I needed to cut them an inch wider. And so then this time I'm using non-fraying material and I cut them an inch too wide, because I was thinking back to the other day going, oh, but wait, I need to cut these 4 inches wide and not 3 inches wide. So I was overthinking it too much. Like I said, I could have left these and just done the 4-fold method. There's nothing wrong with that, but I didn't like the thickness, and oil canvas doesn't like lay super nice when it's really, really thick, and it lays a lot nicer when it's only 3-fold. So, and actually I'll do this too. I'm going to mark these while I'm standing. Same thing. It's just way easier. That dusk over there is little tiny, and it's really difficult to mark. Pen. Okay. All right. Look. I'm falling over. Okay. Oh, that's better. Okay. So not very many conventions in the Vegas area for sewing, apparently, which, not a surprise. Although, sometimes you would be surprised. You know, it's going to depend on the clientele and all of that, of course. But sometimes they are there and you just don't realize it. Go figure, right? I mean, it might not be in Vegas proper, but there might be something in, you know, Nevada relatively close that you didn't know was there. I've discovered that a lot once I have been kind of looking around more. It's like, oh, that actually exists way more than I thought it did. And I don't know if they just didn't exist before and they do now, you know, after COVID or what, but like there's a lot more out there than, you know, some of these shows kind of want to pretend like they own all the airspace, and they really don't. There's actually a ton of shows out there geared toward the exact same things and the exact same premise, and yeah, so that's kind of interesting to me. So you might be surprised, but like I said, we could do classes somewhere. You know, to be completely honest with you, I have thought about this so many times, and talking about the cost effective and all that kind of stuff, you know, if you could just go to like, you know, a Holiday Inn Express, a slightly nicer, you know, any of like the, you know, Marriott, like the lower end Marriott hotels, not lower end, but like, you know, a regular kind of typical $150 to like $75 a night hotel in a nice area. 9 times out of 10, they have a free conference area that you can use, like classrooms basically. And so I always wonder to myself, like, you know, as a teacher, if I had a way to like obviously boost all that or whatever, but like, why aren't we just doing that? Why am I not saying, hey, I'm going to be at the whatever, you know, Hilton in Chicago or whatever, and we're just going to sew together all weekend and do these classes and do whatever, and have fun. And those places are within, you know, good budgets, accessible, and you could just sell, you know, tickets to that. It's like $50 a person, plus, you know, you pay for your own hotel and food. Why are we not doing things like that? We really don't need to rely on these, you know, hosts to be doing a lot of this stuff, when in reality, like I said, they really don't care about your experience there, and they make that painfully obvious that they don't care. Why are we doing that? There's nothing stopping us as a community and people from getting together on our own and having a good time. And frankly, If a group large enough gets together, vendors will come, and vendors will come and vend to you. We don't need huge hotels and things to do that. It's just you have to make it worth the while of the vendors to come. And so if you're looking for shopping experiences like that, vendors and whatever, it doesn't have to be some big grand old thing. None of us are there for the, grandiose nonsense that's going on at the hotel. We're there because we have shops and we want to sell to you guys and we want to meet, the people in the community. That's literally it. Again, without the teachers and vendors, these show hosts don't have a show. Nobody's coming to the show to see the show host. They're coming to see the vendors and the teachers. So if that's what you're after, there are ways to make this happen. And trust me, the vendors are hungry. Like I said earlier in this live, plenty of vendors, we all talk. And we all talk to each other about, shows and where we do well and where we don't and what we like and what we don't like and how we were treated and what we would change and just all of these things and why we're there. Nobody's going for the show host. We're all there for you guys. We're there to have fun. Yes, we're there to make money because it's how, vendors make a living. But we're there to have fun. Like, we're there to just meet people who want to meet us and have a good time. And we can get together and do that anywhere. Any city, any venue that will allow it. It is just not that hard. So that being said, if enough people can get together in Vegas, doesn't have to be a huge crowd, especially like for me. I mean, I travel all over, just having fun. I don't need a big old expo to have a good time. So I would happily teach and vend if there was actually a crowd there who wanted to see me and really wanted to do something, So, I suppose if Vegas is in the cards, no pun intended, then, that would be interesting to look into. And other places like that, like I said, I've already kind of looked into here in Phoenix because it's like, oh, this is such a convenient spot for me. It's not a very far drive from Texas. My husband's family is here. There's lots of local quilt shop owners who have some really awesome, not your typical LQS. They're definitely much more progressive and interesting and kind of newer modern style shops. And they have great space. So it's like, dang, we should go there. And then the other thing is we would get to not only support, other small businesses, but we could support that local quilt shop too, wherever, we do this thing. So I've definitely been thinking about it. I think it's much more accessible to go to small towns. I say small towns like Phoenix is small or like Vegas is small, right? But you know what I mean? To go to a town where you can kind of hop in for the weekend and you don't have to spend all your money on a flight and a big stupid hotel you don't even want to be at and all this other stuff. I think that's a way better idea, personally. And I think it's way more accessible to people. It's also kind of intimidating to go to a big convention a lot of times if you've not done that before versus just showing up to a little hotel in your town and being prepared to have a fun weekend, I think some people really prefer that kind of more intimate thing than a big, faceless convention with tons and tons of people. I fully understand how that can be intimidating. Personally, I am definitely an extroverted introvert. That's what I was meaning to say, an extroverted introvert. I love my time alone. I really thrive on that. I thrive on just kind of doing my own thing. But I do like to meet people. I do like to, you know, when I can handle it, right? Like, I don't like to do it all the time, but I do enjoy meeting new people and doing new things, and then my battery's all charged up, and then I like go hide for a month. And I don't want to do any live videos, and I don't want to shoot tutorials and all those other things, because it just, you know, after a while, it can be a lot when you've been doing it like all month long. So I feel like if you're that type of a person and you do want to do something new and interesting, like going to a whole big convention can feel really intimidating. Because I know the first times I did that, I felt that way. Not really intimidated, but just like, wow, this is really like a big space and there's a lot going on here. So it can feel overwhelming. Maybe that's a better example, classification of that. I feel like a smaller space might be a little better, a little nicer. Okay, so now that I got that all done, now I just have to fold these and stitch all three of them exactly the way I did, you know, the other way. Clips. Let's see. We have an awesome summit in our community for classes. Said not sure you'd fly, Robbie. You'd fly into Palm Springs. So I mean, if you were flying into Palm Springs, I think that's like a 2-hour flight from Vegas, and I'm certain there are regional airports in Vegas that you could probably get a smaller, you know, easier, quicker flight, even cheaper. So I don't know, I might look into Staycation if that sounds like something interesting to you. I know I still have spots in my classes because I have 2 of them and there's lots of seats in each one. And then I know there's still availability in some of the other classes too. So, and Staycation is not until June. And I did really hear good things about that resort, specifically the food, which I don't know. I like food, so I don't want to go anywhere where there's bad food. I'm just not into that. Life is too short to be paying a lot of money to eat gross food. So I heard really good things about that, and it is a much smaller resort, so you don't have to traipse all over the place, which is nice. Yeah, for this year, you know, I had thought about some other kind of ambitious things, but all this dental work and all these things I've got going on, I just have way too much on my plate to try to do, you know, so much. So for this year, I'm just going to kind of go to the, you know, things hosted by other people that I can just kind of sign up for and show up to. But I am telling you, I think it would be really fun to do like things in kind of smaller groups, smaller batches, smaller hotels. I really, truly do. And one of the things that I might reprise, I'll just have to see how I feel about it. I mean, the class went really well. It was very popular. I had nothing but positive feedback from it. My Eau de Coat tutorial, or I'm sorry, not Eau de Coat, Edge Coat. Blah. People, you know, wanted that. It sold out really quickly the one time that I, you know, taught it. And people really, really enjoyed that class, and I got a lot of emails after that class from people saying that, you know, they really enjoyed my technique, and, you know, that's all they're going to do now, and they thought it was great, which is really, really good. I think that's awesome. So that might be something that I might consider kind of taking on the road with me, doing like some bag classes, some general, I don't know, bag making kind of things, and then maybe my eau de coat class as part of it. So that could be an interesting thing. I might maybe set up some, I hesitate to call them like retreats because I don't know, we're not really retreating, but like some get-togethers with classes like that. That might be really interesting. I'm also excited, speaking of smaller get-togethers, Zorel Fabrics. Melanie is the name of the owner of that company, and she has been working on what she is referring to, I think she's calling them so spooky retreats at haunted like hotels and locations all around the country, and I don't know specifics on them. She has a group on Facebook. She has not officially done one yet, but she is preliminarily like starting up the signups and, you know, interest in them. So if you are not in that group, those are going to be probably smaller. I would say limited to probably like between 50 and 100 people. Maybe more. Maybe there'll be more there, but I think that they're in smaller, cooler boutique hotels. They're definitely more of a retreat than an expo, but bag classes, fun get-togethers, like ghost tours and like winery tours and stuff that she was planning on doing. And she just, you know, kind of started talking about those like a few months ago. So I am in that group, and I am definitely looking forward to seeing that, because much like the wizardry retreat, you know, again, those smaller gatherings, those more intimate gatherings, just enjoying yourself, sewing, learning, you know, not showing up at some expo that's full of like clicks and just all that. Again, just way less intimidating, way different environment. So I am really excited for her So Spooky retreats, and I can't wait for her to get that off the ground. I would love to attend one of those. Or more than one, maybe. I have an affinity for the spooky a little bit. I like that kind of stuff. There's probably got to be like a cool ghost town somewhere outside of Las Vegas where she could do one of those. Tons of ghost towns in Arizona, northern Arizona. So I have to believe there's some in Vegas too. Okay, little handle pieces are done. So now I've got my sticky Velcro and my soft Velcro, and what I have to do is, and I forgot to mark these, it's not a big deal to mark them now, but not the side with the label, but the back side where the handle hangs, I'm just gonna cut a notch in the center, and then I'm supposed to measure, you know, out from that line to place these handle pieces. And then I just based them on, and I have to remember to leave a hole for turning in the top stitching because I forgot to do it on my bottom lining. Oops. No biggie. No biggie. And it feels like it's friggin' midnight here, but I'm pretty sure it's probably, I guess it's 11 almost, 10:45. I feel like it's way, way later. Falling asleep. Now I'm gonna go to sleep and dream about bag retreats. Let's see. Oh, I think maybe Robbie was saying I'll get to working on it. And it looks like Mickey said that it's past their bedtime, so they're dropping off. So good night to anybody who's heading to bed. I'll be heading out shortly as soon as I want to get these finished. I mean, I could finish them tomorrow, but I want to cut more tomorrow. I'm aiming to bring like, this is not going to be a very big show. It's a little farmer's market. So I really want to have like 35 items between like the zip pouches, the car trash cans, and then a few of the other more fancy items I'll bring. So I really want to do like 3 to 5 items a day, like leading up to this, you know, a little more, frankly. 35 is kind of a lofty goal. I don't think I need that much. I don't think there's that much foot traffic here that I'm gonna, weirder things have happened, you know, I don't know, I shouldn't say that, but get my pen here. You just never know. Also, I'm not really concerned about like showing up here with some, I want to have enough stuff, right? But like some crazy stellar, you know, oh my God, I have so much stuff, because this is I'm just doing a show while I'm here in town. They do this farmer's market every weekend. And so I might do it a couple weekends in a row because I'm here, depending on how healed I am from any, you know, procedure that I've recently had at that time. So, you know, we'll just have to see. But like I said, the booth fee at this place is so cheap, but it's in like an established neighborhood. And so, and I know somebody, you know, who does this market, and she has told me, you know, what her sales are like and foot traffic and kind of what to expect. The wrench in things a little bit is that now it's getting hotter. It's Arizona. So as it gets hotter, less people, you know, are going to be showing up. And thank goodness this thing only goes from like 8 to 1, I think is what it is, because come noon, I mean, it gets hot. It's the desert. It gets hot. I think it was 96 today or something like that. Ugh. And then I talked to my husband, you guys, and he's like, oh, at home it's so cold. It's 53. I was like, screw you. I want to be in my hoodie and my boots in my 53-degree weather, and instead I'm here in 95 wearing summer clothes, which I hate. I do not like my body in shorts, but I am too old and too hot to not wear shorts. I cannot regulate my body temperature anymore. I don't know what it was, you guys. When I was younger, I mean, I was thinner. That helps with regulating your body temperature. I also did not have the autoimmune stuff going on at that time, at least not so much, you know, as I do now. So when I tell you, oh my goodness, I cannot regulate my body temperature anymore, I really mean that. I don't know how I used to wear, like, freaking jeans all the time and like thick shorts all the time, because now I'm like in a t-shirt and like athletic shorts and I'm dying. I am just so hot. So, and cannot stay outside for long periods of time. I used to run in this nonsense. I used to play sports in this nonsense. I honestly can't even believe that I did that at this point in my life. I'm just like, how in the world did I manage that? It's way too hot here. And the few years prior to us moving, it was so hot, and every year I would do less and less okay. And I was still in my 20s, like my late 20s at that point. But every year that summer would come, it was like less and less bearable, and I was not doing well. And I was so excited to move, and I'm like, it's May at home, you know, late April, whatever, almost May. And it's still in the 50s. And it's rainy. And I miss it. I am so excited to go home, you guys. This has been a really fun adventure, and I'm still enjoying my time in the bus and all that, even with all the weird, you know, issues and glitches and like other things. I mean, I'm not enjoying the dental work, let's just be real about that. But I am enjoying my time here. I'm really enjoying my time with my in-laws and just everything. But like, oh, I miss my house. I miss my dog. I miss my cat. I miss my husband. I miss all my like stuff. Just, you know, where you want all your stuff to be, like where you expect it to be. I miss that. Okay, I need to try to place this really quick to make sure I'm putting these on the right way, if that makes any sense. So they'll end up like that. And I think ultimately I actually don't want it like that, but I think I'll do it this way. So it doesn't really matter, but I had sewn all the other ones the right direction with the short handle on the left side and the long handle on the right side, all the mushroom ones. But then when I got to the B one that I did before, I flipped it. I don't think anybody really cares, but I do, and I wanted them all to be consistent, and now I'm annoyed that they're not. So I'm thinking all the B ones like should be the same. I don't know. They probably should. And I'm just going to go through and baste all 3 of these handle sets on each of the bags. And then when I'm done basting, I don't baste often, but in this case, like trying to hold these on with clips is such a pain in the rear. So it's way, way easier for me to like get them all lined up and then just literally lengthen my stitch and baste them. That's just a much more foolproof way of like dealing with this. And I like to connect my Velcro so that I don't accidentally get them on like backward or a way that I don't want them on. Less mistakes, less stupid things to happen, and I don't want to have to redo, you know, my work. So, oops. This way, I'm just trying to get them as foolproof as possible. Yeah, I tend to baste handles on like all my bags that I'm doing too, because again, I don't want to have to undo and redo something. It's so frustrating to me. I mean, it's frustrating to everyone, but especially when it's something really dumb that I could have avoided by just taking the extra like 2 minutes to do better prep work, right? Is how I feel. So I always kick myself, like, you should have just taken the time. You know, it's like the same as measure twice, cut once kind of a thing. Look twice, sew once. Oh my goodness. Oh, don't start that. Not yet. Not yet, not yet. I am very excited to crawl into bed and watch some TV though, not gonna lie. Watch a little TV, probably fall asleep watching TV. That is my guilty pleasure. I literally turn on the TV every night just to go to sleep to it. It's terrible. I don't even know why, but like if I lay down in just the dark, I can't go to sleep. My mind thinks about 3 million things that like it has no business thinking about. It's like, why are we doing this right now? We're supposed to be going to bed. If I turn on the TV, I go right to sleep. It's silly, but it's true. So really when you baste like this on a small bag, especially, the biggest thing you got to worry about is you're not sewing through all the layers. That's what you don't want to do. So you just got to kind of like finagle it and make sure you're safe. You could double stick tape this. I'm not gonna waste double stick tape doing that. And I'm not gonna chain these because there's too much going on. And we're too close to the finish line at this point for me to have stuff sticking like that. So, that being said, pretty easy, pretty quick, and then it's just super foolproof. I still can't believe I haven't run out of bobbin thread, and I haven't even checked. Like, I don't even know how much I have left. I am a little shocked because I already sewed a bee bag prior to this. So I mean, they're small projects, right? But like, I don't know, man, I always run out of bobbin thread. I catch it really quick. I don't ever sew with air, but like I run out of bobbin thread way too often. Okay, 2 down. Oops. Also, just for like size comparison, I wish I would have gone with this. I don't know. I like the big size because, again, if you're organizing and doing like toys and stuff, but check it out. The large and the medium. And there's a smaller size than this one, but I wouldn't do that one. It's too small. This is a good size for a trash can. This is about the same size as my pop-up trash can. This is a good size for a trash can for like catching threads. This one is good for car organizer for like toddlers with toys and like dog walking supplies. And honestly, if I had a kid, I would 100% keep like a thing of wipes in here. This is big enough to put like wipes, and then like diapers. Like put these in here, hang it over. My mother-in-law and I were discussing this the other day. Like, I don't have kids, but we were talking about this, and I was like, oh, if I had a kid, I would definitely make sure I had an SUV that, you know, had a small size but sizable trunk, so I could change diapers in it. I just think that's like an ingenious way of doing that instead of, you know, digging into the car and whatever. So I would put this like in the part in the back where you lift up, you know, the hatch, put this over the headrest, and then dangle it in the back and put your wipes and your diapers in it. And then when you open the back thing and you lay your kid down there to change them, you have like your stuff right there. That is a perfect use for one of these. I don't have a kid, but like if I did, those are the things that I would be doing to try to make my life easier. Cause I am, when there's chaos going on, I'm too disorganized and like I need stuff in its place. So anyway, good night, Robbie. We'll see you next time. Anyway, so yeah, these are, you know, these are multi-use, but I like this size, and this is much better for hanging over like your shift knob in the front seat to like throw your, you know, CVS receipts and whatever in. Although one of those long ass CVS receipts would fill up this whole thing, but a normal receipt, like, you know, gum wrappers and stuff. General car trash. Almost done. So once we finish this, then it's literally just buzzing around the linings and then turning and top stitching those linings, and that goes pretty darn quick. I was saying to myself tonight, oh, I'm not gonna go live, but like I thought my hair looked kind of good. Well, it looks average, but the point is it's not a mess. It's not sloppy. So I thought it'd be a good time, and I had already pre-cut these, so I thought it would be a nice time to hang out with y'all and chat and sew. And I'm having a procedure next week, so I'm not gonna be talking to anybody for days. Okay, so now all three of these, I can put the clips away for them, well, out of the way anyway, not away. So I've got 3 liners, and normally I would have left my little space down here, but it's fine. That's kind of a pain. So we're going to try turning this through the area where we top stitch. So we just have to do right sides together, which this is actually perfect. I turn these inside out. These are, they have to go right sides together, just like any bag that we do. I'm going to trim this before it gets in my way. Bloop. Thread out. So we're just going to take one of these and mush it into the other. Do it all 3. And we just want to make sure that this handle piece, just like any bag that we sew, is going between the layers. And then we're just lining up the side seams, and I just need to remember to leave a turning space to turn up here at the top and back stitch each time, because if I don't, I'm gonna be sad. I won't have a way to turn this right side out. I suppose if I really wanted to, I could do these as a drop-in lining as well by turning the top over, but I don't want to. That seems like a pain. I personally don't love drop-in linings on really any bags. I'm just not, it's not that I'm not good at them, but they just take so much finagling and finessing, and I just feel like, ugh, I don't want to do that. What is going to make this annoying? I could make this work. I don't want to. Typically, I don't turn these right side out. I leave these inside out like this. and I put the lining inside of this. And the reason that I do that is because the lining is actually smaller, because I cut it smaller, right? I did that purposefully. But now that I'm trying to shove the outside into here and do all that, it's just gonna take a whole bunch of finagling and finessing, and I would rather not do that. So I'm gonna actually take the time and turn these right now, because I think it's gonna make my life a million times easier, because now the smaller object is going into the bigger object. And I'm not gonna have to smush and squish and pin it. It'll be faster in the long run, I think. You can make it work either way, but it's so much more effort. I guess I could have like shown you for those of you who are here to learn, but I'll show you this way. See, like I have to put 2 clips on this. See how nice that fits? It's not like bubbly and crazy. The other way, there was wrinkling because the smaller item, the lining was on the outside and this was on the inside, and it'll work, the volume will still work, but it takes so much like nuancing of trying to deal with it, and I don't want to do that, especially because I'm already going to be turning through one of these holes. I just want it, you know what I mean? I just want it to be pretty effortless. So I'm leaving myself this space in the front to turn, and I'm going to clip them all like that at the same time so I don't forget. And then that way I can just sew all 3 of them at the same time too. So I had already turned these right side out because I didn't attach the handles prior, but normally at this stage when I attach these tags on this piece, I should have attached the tag here. What the hell that was? It was loud and creepy. I have the awning open out there, and I think something fell out of the tree. Like the neighbors have orange trees and stuff. I'm pretty sure something fell. Either that or I'm about to be offed like in a Scream movie or something. There's like a, you know, a big beast climbing on the outside of the RV. Sketchy. Probably should have put that awning in because it wakes me up a lot at night when it gets windy. It like flaps. But now that I heard a creepy noise out there, I'm not going to go out there. Duh. That's why. That's how somebody always is the first to go in a horror movie. They go outside to get like firewood or take the trash out or something stupid after they hear a creepy noise. I'm not doing it. Okay, so number 2. Anyway, yeah, normally when they're all flat, I don't sew the handles last, but I was procrastinating. That's my least favorite part, so I left the handles. So yeah. Normally I would attach all the stuff to the front, all the stuff to the back, and then, you know, when you're batch sewing, I try to do that too because you're doing all the same stuff at the same time. Oh, it is 11 o'clock and I am snacky. The problem with that is that it's 11 o'clock and I really don't need to be snacking. Also, my teeth freaking hurt. And I don't have any good, like, soft snacks right now. I only have, like, not really crunchy stuff, but everything that's even remotely soft is still too crunchy. Everything is hurting my teeth. So, I've just been, like, abstaining from eating stuff. I only ate half my dinner tonight because I was talking about this earlier. If you were here, I was like, ugh, dental pain and stuff. It just, like, eating anything that I have to chew at all is such a massive amount of effort. So whenever I choose to eat anything I have to chew, it like has to be worth it. I have to be really hungry, otherwise I've just been eating soup. Well, last night, everything went haywire yesterday, like I was explaining at the beginning of the video. You can go watch back for those stories. Everything in the bus was like totally acting up and going crazy. And I kept trying to, make soup, like, make soup from scratch in the Instapot, and I had all the ingredients out. But every time I turned around, something was being funky. There was a problem. So I have to stop what I was doing and try to whatever. And so I, didn't end up making my soup. I didn't start making it until like 8 o'clock. And I had not eaten lunch yesterday because everything went haywire. And I had not eaten dinner. And I was like desperate for food. And so when the Instapot was I finally got it all in there, made it, did it. There was not enough, what am I saying? I'm going off, losing my train of thought. I was too hungry by the time the soup got finished, and I didn't leave enough time. That's what I was trying to say. I didn't leave enough time for it to cool, and it looked like it was pretty cool, and I put it in the bowl, and I was blowing on it. I left it for a while. I didn't leave it for long enough, and I like chowed right into it. I did not think it was that hot, and I seriously burned the entire roof of my mouth all the way back, like down my throat, because I took this big old bite of soup. I was so hungry, and I burned all of my tongue from like the tip all the way back. It even hurts right now. It's just that pain when you burn it, that weird feeling like sandpapery, and it just hurts. So that's a thing. So in addition to all the other dental pain, I gave myself more dental pain. Or oral pain, I guess. And, yeah, major bummer. That sucks. So now I'm like, I don't want to eat soup, and, because my mouth hurts and it burns and everything. So anytime, like I had coffee this morning, and even the somewhat hot coffee, like, burned more, right? Because like your mouth is all burned. So yeah, it's just been like a whole big dumb thing. And, yeah. So tonight I tried to make a little pasta for dinner, but the chewing, it's so much effort, and it just absolutely, when you chew weird and you have to be really careful and all that, it's exhausting. Like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like if you were having stuff done to like your eyeballs, and all of a sudden you had to become aware of blinking, and you had to like ration your blinks. It would be exhausting. Like your eye muscles and all of those things, like you would just be exhausted. You'd be like, I'm tired of blinking. That's how I feel about chewing right now. Just chewing is exhausting. My jaw muscles, from like talking is not horrible. It's not great, but what are you going to do? But chewing is it's like not worth it. And so I'm just hungry, and I don't know, maybe when I get off here, I have oatmeal in the cupboard and brown sugar. I might make myself some brown sugar oatmeal and crawl into bed. Like, I don't need to be eating anything at 11 o'clock, but I'm tired. I made that pasta for dinner, and I ate like 2/3 of it, which it wasn't a very big portion. And then I got part of the way through it, and it just literally gets to the point where you go, oh, this isn't worth it anymore. I'm not even hungry. And that's exactly what happened. I was like so turned off by the whole thing, and just got rid of it. And, I didn't have a ton left. But that's the reason I'm hungry at 11 o'clock, and I really shouldn't be. But this is what happens. Okay. So, I got all 3 of these pinned. I left myself a space. I need to make sure to not, sew over the space. But now that I made all those weird comments about, horror movies and getting unalived and all of that, I'm gonna just, check the... Yep, the door for sure was not locked, so that's not sketchy or anything. It's locked now. And it's deadbolted and all of that. So, out here in the Arizona desert, I'm gonna get eaten by a chupacabra. Okay, anyway. Alright, now for the sewing. Before I start this, I'm gonna check this bobbin, because you all know how this is gonna go down. If I check it, it'll be totally full. If I don't check it, it'll run out. Yes, Jaded, everything is secure. Are you laughing at my my nonsense? Ooh, let's see, what do we got in here? Of course, now that I took it out. Do I have enough? I probably have enough to top stitch to stitch one of these and then top stitch one of these. There's not very much on here, but let me see. I mean, I'm not gonna like undo it. I'll just have to get through what I can get through. I definitely should not start top stitching with any of that though. I need to sew through all the like back sides of these in case I need to stop and start. Oh my gosh. Okay, this is the other thing that's driving me nuts about Arizona. I always kind of get like itchy face a little bit when I sew and have makeup on. After a while, I just like want to claw my face off. But Arizona, I do not have allergies, and it is like, but for some reason when I wake up in the morning, I sneeze all the time. I'm not a sneezer. I don't have allergies. I don't really have any other symptoms, just the sneezing, and it's only for like the first 2 hours when I wake up. And then my nose will like, it's not really running, but like I'll bend over to like pick up something, and all of a sudden I like have to get a Kleenex. It's driving me crazy. So my nose is like itchy all day today. I've been like rubbing it, and earlier this afternoon around lunchtime, I was like wanting to claw my face off. My nose just felt like sandpaper inside. And then it stopped, and now it's friggin' itchy again. I keep saying I need to go get some, my like allergy secret for somebody who doesn't really have allergies is I take kids Benadryl. So if I take the adult one, I'm out. I don't have to take Claritin or any of those other things, because I don't suffer from this all the time, thank goodness. But when I do have this occasionally, it's like it's too much and it's annoying. So I take the kids grape Benadryl that just like dissolves in your mouth. It's a half a dose and it doesn't make me sleepy. So I can take it, it'll fix all this right up, and I need to just go get some. I don't have any. So anyway, I started doing it because I keep it at home for the dog. The vet told me to give it to him. He gets upset over thunderstorms, so like a kid's Benadryl just mellows him out. And he likes the grape ones, so I can just throw it to him and he just takes it. He catches it out of the air. He loves it. It's great. So I always had those around, and then one of the times this was happening, I thought, I'm going to just take one of these Benadryls, and I don't want to take a whole one because it makes me, sleepy. So I take the kid one, and sure enough, I mean, I kid you not, it really works for me because I don't have real allergies. These are like fake allergies, like allergy imposter. And it'll go away after, a couple of days. And normally at home in Texas, this happens to me like maybe one day a year. I've been here for, I don't know, 300 years now. I have no idea. But it's been happening to me like every other day. It's driving me nuts. So, fun times. Anyway, yes, Jaded, I was smart enough to not go outside. That's the thing. I don't really understand that. And I know, and we all know we have one of those friends, somebody that we know that would be the one to go outside. They're like, oh, I gotta go outside and I don't know, do something stupid, like at a dumb time, especially after hearing something like that. We all know. We all have that friend. I refuse to be that friend. I'm also the friend, like I am the person, I don't actually shout in the movie theater, but I am that person going, don't go in there. They're right behind the door. They're behind the door. So whenever I'm in like a weird situation like that, in my head, I'm going, okay, well, the first thing they're going to do is like make a noise. They lure you outside. Don't go outside. Don't go anywhere alone. Don't be the first one to go in the room. Like, all those things. Because that drives me crazy about, I don't actually even really watch horror movies, but like everyone you see, that's always the thing. They get offed for like the dumbest reasons. It's like, you could have prevented this. It's, who is it? Smokey the Bear? Only you can prevent forest fires. Only you can prevent yourself from getting unalived in a dumb way. That's how I feel about that. I do want to make sure my little handles here are like going on straight. I mean, I basted them so they should be fine, but if they get too crookedy by the time, in fact, well, I'm not reaching in there and doing it now. If I had undone the Velcro, they wouldn't be like pulling on so much, so I just have to kind of straighten them with my finger as I go around. My bobbin thread is still going strong. Do we think, who's going to take bets? Do we think it's going to make it through all three, not the top stitching, it will make it through that, but do we think we can make it through all three of this same step on the same one? I don't. I think I can make it through two. Maybe not even quite 2, like 1 3/4. That's my guess. I'll be absolutely shocked if I make it through all 3. So cast your bets now, and then we'll see how far I get. Okay, so that's 1. Here's 2. I really hate that I'm so close to the end of these, by the way, and I have to wind a freaking bobbin, like right at the end. Ugh, that just sucks. But it's fine. Also, side note, can we talk about how today I dug out the knee lift for this machine and I installed it? I guess I could turn you guys more toward the sewing. I dug out the knee lift, I installed it. I have not used it once the whole time we've been sitting here sewing. Not once. I've been using the hand lever, which I'm just used to. It's so funny because my industrial machine at home, I use the knee lift nonstop, and then I go to my domestic and I'm constantly trying to move it to go to my knee lift. This one, I have a knee lift. It works fine. I like it. I just don't use it for some reason. I just don't. I'm not even really sure why. It doesn't make any sense. But can I tell you guys, I really do love this machine. Not only do I love the color, it's just super cute. I don't know if it really registers on screen, but it's like an adorable minty green color, which I love. And, but I really do like this machine. I don't know how much you can hear on camera, but in person it's very quiet. I am mic'd up right here, so I don't know how loud like the machine is, but in person it's so quiet and it's so smooth. It does not do weird things. It's got a speed control on it, and I have this basically turned all the way down because I'm getting kind of tired and I don't want it taken off on me. Like, it's awesome. I love this machine. I so do not regret getting it. And she's purty. Okay, so we got through 2. So my 1 3/4 bet didn't pan out. Maybe I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna get through all 3. I really don't. And it did actually, I was gonna say, this thing better not, and it did sew all the way through, so. We just have to get through 1 more. And I'm gonna be really mad if I have to do top stitching and I'm gonna be missing, you know what I mean? Because I'll have to stop and start, but I hate unwinding thread and like wasting thread too. I don't know if I have any extra bobbins anymore that aren't wound with other colors right now to, you know, wind another one. Keep this one. Like I want it to run out now. We're so close to the finish line, but damn y'all, I'm tired. I'm sleepy. Okay, we're like to the finish line basically. I cannot believe it got through all 3 of these. Holy cats. Well, that bobbin was surely deceiving. So now, I don't know, I mean, maybe, I don't know, I guess we'll just keep going. I really did not think it was going to get through that, you guys. For realsies, though. There was not very much left on there. I mean, these are not very big projects, but still. Okay, so now I just get to turn it through here. And then, you know, twist them, stuff them. This does take a little bit of time, mostly because the oilcloth can be a little weird to turn. Yeah, I'm glad that it's not loud. I was a little worried about like the mic being this close, so a lot of times I try to wear my mic like more up on the shoulder, but my hair's down and it rubs on the mic and I don't like that. Trying not to make a bunch of obnoxious noises. Okay, so this is the part that kind of like takes a little bit, even when I'm not turning through this part, it just gets to be a little annoying. I probably left my turning hole a little large on these. The smaller the hole here, the nicer like the top stitch comes out in the end. But I also didn't want to fight with these turning them, so we'll see. I'll do one, and if I want to shrink up that hole, I will. It depends on the bag, it depends on the material, like how finicky and weird it is, and I typically don't like to leave that big of a hole, but I also make the mistake all the time of making the turning hole too small, and then I gotta fight with it. So, you know, it's just, on a project this small, I couldn't really tell, like, you know, I definitely left too big of a hole. I didn't need to do that. Like a 3-inch hole would have been fine for this because there's not very much bulk. So I'll probably end up shrinking them up just for the ease of the top stitching, because like it's way nicer when it's a smaller hole. I don't know if you guys can kind of see that, but because it's so long and it's going around the curb, that's going to be a big pain. But I can make it work. You know, I just don't want to have to. And then the other thing that's a little difficult about oilcloth, because it's kind of on the thin side, it's a little bit hard. Normally I don't clip like this, but I'm really gonna have to roll this out with between my fingers, and I don't want it to keep rolling back. Once it's top stitched, it'll be fine, but I want, you know, I want my accent strip all the way out on this bag, and especially because we're turning through the top stitching hole, I want it to look, you know, the best. So I'm really going to work on turning this out with my fingers. So yeah, this is what I was saying. It's a really big hole, and I'm going to tighten that up probably by like 2 inches on the others. I can make it work on this one. It's not a huge deal, but it's a lot easier and a lot nicer looking when the hole's not so big when you do it this way. And the alternative is, you know, doing the seam in the bottom, but I did that on the other one because, you know, oops, a little thread there. I did it sewing up in the bottom, and again, it's a car trash can, so like, meh, but you can't really even see it probably, but there's a gray line down there because I don't have any white thread, and I hate closing up a bag like that in the bottom. With contrasting thread like that, even a car trash can, I just don't love it. It's like I put all this effort into making it, I want to make it as nice as possible. Looks like we got a joiner from the UK, Angela. Hi Angela, what part of the UK are you in? Obviously a part that's awake. And we over here are about to be going to bed, at least I am, once I finish all of these. Okay, so now because I left the hole really big on this one, I gotta like eyeball gouge it a bit, you know, to seal it all up. And again, the smaller the hole, this is a lot easier to do. The good news is I have a relatively big seam allowance here, like a 3/8 inch. That's what I'm using. So that also makes it easier when it's too narrow and you're doing this and you have a long like hole like this to close up. That's too much when it's too narrow, and then it's hard to make it straight. You'll see what I mean in a minute. So like I clipped all over right here, and my goal is to get this even across the top, and the bigger the hole, the harder that is to do. So if I had a smaller hole, which I'm definitely going to close up the other ones just for ease of this pinning, then when you kind of just pull it taut, it naturally just like creates that nice straight line for you, and it's easy. When it's too wide of a turning area, that can become a problem. And when we're talking about a small curve like this, now I've got to go around the curve. So it's not a big deal if you know what you're doing and you kind of plan ahead and whatever, but it can be a bit of a pain. So I'm going to stitch up the side. I'm going to start here on the right side of this opening, and I'm going to close the opening first, right? That I'm not going to start over here, go all the way around, and then close the opening, because there could be shifting since I have such a big opening. So I'm going to start there. Normally, again, I would have closed through the bottom, and I would have started and stopped the stitching at the back and all that. Again, it's a car trash can. It'll be fine. I'm sure I'll be the only person ever to notice this. Oh, but since I'm doing this backwards, I want to start on the other side. Duh. This side. I'm clearly getting tired because I'm just starting to do doofy things. Not doofy enough to go outside after hearing the weird noise, but doofy sewing things. Okay. So, I'm gonna tug that. And, okay, my stitch length is where I want it. We're still going strong on this bobbin, by the way, but I know 20 bucks says it's gonna get halfway through this big old opening and give out. That's gonna be the most annoying ever. I definitely need to tighten up the opening on this. This one's gonna be a little shifty, I can already tell. I think it'll be fine, it's just not gonna be what I wanted it to be. I heard it. I heard like 2 stitches and I went, nope, there it goes. So, and what did I tell you? It literally got to the very end of the opening. Right at the friggin' end. I knew it was gonna run out. I knew it. At least it stitched up this. I didn't even have enough to backstitch though. That is like the opening end right there. That's where it went. Does this machine have a free arm? It does not. So yeah, not really many of the semi-industrial or straight stitches that I looked at did. They all have the same wide bed. And again, at this price point where I was comparing, so here on the channel actually, spoiler alert, I shot 3 videos for 3 machines. This is the one that I ended up keeping. It's the last one in the series because I went from lowest price point to highest price point, and the first one of that series is out. And I talk about all that kind of stuff with these straight stitch machines because, I was looking for a straight stitch semi-industrial machine, right? And I wanted, some specific features and other ones that I, didn't know that I wanted. But then once I found, I was like, oh, I'm so happy it has this. And then just like the ease of use of a lot of the features too. That was another thing. Like some of them, the bobbin winder was terrible. Others of them, the automatic needle threader was terrible. It just, it just depends, but they all kind of had their quirks and whatever. But, where are my snippies? There we are. Yeah, I discussed all of that, including this arm, or this one's features, and the fact that none of them seem to really do like free arm or anything. So you are going to be flat bedding pretty much everything with a semi-industrial, unfortunately, within this price point. Which my parameters were, I wanted them to be readily available machines. I wanted them to be under $1,500 or under, and obviously they needed to be like semi-industrial category. So that's kind of, what I was looking for, and I decided to shoot that series. And I did. So, the first one of the series is out, and that one was, you know, okay. Obviously, I didn't keep it. And I ended up with this one, so. But I really love it. I am a little bummed, though. I wish that it did have the free arm, because, like, for a small project like this, that would have been really nice. Okay, so, I have to rethread this for sewing now. But the good news is I have a full bobbin, and I rethreaded the machine, so definitely now that I just did all that and I'm tired and it's late, I'm sure it's going to act up now, because that's just how this works. I hope not, though, because I really do want to finish all 3 of these. That will make me feel very accomplished today. I accomplished basically nothing yesterday, and it was such a waste of a day. So I will feel so accomplished today. I did all this laundry, and I cooked, and cut all these, and then sewed them all. That would be amazing. Okay. But I'm also, like, running out of steam, and if this thing decides to start acting up, I'm not even going to fool with it. I'm just going to call it a day and go to bed. Try again tomorrow. Okay, little machine, where were we? Well, it seems happy. It seems happy. I mean, it should be. I think I did it right. This machine is still, you know, newish to me. I've had it for like a few months, but I haven't been sewing on it prior to coming here. And then I've had very limited sewing time while I've been here too. So I would say I've probably put in less than 20 hours on this machine. It's pretty new to me. So I'm still getting used to it, but I really am so happy with it. So far I've done vinyl with it, oilcloth, waterproof canvas, cotton. I've done zipper installs on vinyl and waterproof canvas. I've done, I'm using this is Wizardry thread, but this is Tex 45. That's the other thing I really like about it. It takes the thicker threads. But I've also been using the Saya Swag thread. I have both of them, and both of them do really well on this machine, and that makes me really happy, because that was a big reason why I wanted a straight stitch machine over my domestic. My regular domestic. Love that machine. I still make bags on it, but it won't take the thicker threads. Oops. Okay, one down. Two more to go, but this is that smaller size one. And look how cute. Meow. So, before I turn these right side out, though, I'm going to close up this hole. Like, that is just way too much. So I'm going to probably cut it in half. Like, you can see, that doesn't look like that big of a turning hole, but it's, once I turned it right side, I was like, no, that was way too big. We didn't need to do that. So, get out of the way. Okay, I think, like, I don't know, something. I think that'll be okay. Maybe not. What are you doing? Bend, dummy. There we go. That's way better. Okay. So I think I'm going to close up like 3 inches of this whole situation here. for this little project and the fact that it doesn't have any hardware, it doesn't have like a whole bunch of stuff. I mean, seriously, the 2-inch turning hole should be fine. This might be a little bit more difficult, but I don't think it's going to be too bad. This is also what I didn't want to do the first time. I was like, no, I left it as too small, you know, and now it probably is too small. I probably should have left a little bit more because of the waterproof canvas. But it will make my top stitching life easier even if the birthing is annoying. So I'm okay with that. For like a zipper pouch or something, that would be way too small of an opening, but this oilcloth, once I get the waterproof canvas through, the oilcloth should come through. No problemo. Maybe on this next one I can split the baby just a little bit and leave the opening like, I don't know, an inch wider. But again, in the end, this is going to make my top stitching so much easier. I don't have to fight with it so much. Oh, let's see. Okay, all the waterproof canvas is through, I think. So now I just gotta turn this one corner that's kind of in my way. And then after that, we'll be good to go. There we go. Although my bag tag, it's just cork, but oh, I might, let's see, I'm gonna pull the mic. My phone is at 9% and I can't mic and charge at the same time. But we're not really talking too much anymore at this point anyway. So, hopefully you guys can still hear me. Not that, I wanted a straight stitch, but I chose a semi-industrial with abilities to move the needle left or right and zigzag. Yes, so this does not have that. I never use the zigzag, but I do like the needle left and right. And I have that. I don't have it on my industrial, and I noticed that as much as I love it on my domestic, I don't find that I need it, you know, as much as I kind of used to when I first started, and like I used it all the time, right? And I still love that feature, but then when I got my industrial, I didn't have it anymore. So I was like, okay, you know, no big deal. I can probably deal without it. And the zigzag for me, I don't personally use that. And I have, you know, my domestic will do that if I need to. My industrial machine also does not do zigzags. So I just didn't, you know, I didn't find that I was gonna like miss that. But the needle left and right thing, I do kind of miss. I have ways of, yeah. I will definitely get this, but I made this hole just a little bit too small, which is really friggin' annoying. Come on, dummy. I think I need to like pull the handle out. Like I have most of it here, but I can't figure out where the handle is. At this point, I just want to get it like, come on, so close. There's the handle. Okay, that will make my life way, way easier. There we go. Okay, cool. That was the bulk. I was gonna say something is like holding me up and I cannot get it out. Anyway, yeah, for the purposes of this machine, you know, for me, what I wanted was I wanted something that I could, you know, make bags and handle like heavier duty projects on the go for travel. And the other thing is my domestic machine is incredibly sentimental to me, and I do not want to travel with that sewing machine, just because, you know, so many things could happen. I make bags on it all the time, and I have for years. I really only got my industrial machine because I wanted to, you know, I just wanted to play around. I didn't really need it, and I waited years and years before investing in that, and you know, definitely it wasn't a situation of like, oh, I can't make what I want to make. Oh, my nose. So, you know, I'm getting this. That wasn't the issue, and that's really not the issue with this one either. I just don't want to travel with my domestic. My domestic is super, super sentimental to me, and I would be so sad if anything happened. So, yeah. Just don't want to have anything go on that is going to be, you know, heartbreaking with that. That's all. Okay, well. Now that we are all turned here. So this is what I was talking about with the that opening. This was, you know, probably a little bit too small, but like if I just stretch it between my fingers, it like naturally sits and it doesn't go all the way around the curve, and it's way, way, way easier to deal with than top stitching that big long monster one. But clearly I need to leave myself like maybe 1 more inch. So I went a little too crazy and made the hole a little too small. I mean, it was fine, but I didn't really want to struggle with it that much. I probably would have just left it had I known. So, let's see. That wants to go there. And this wants to go right there. The other thing that did, making the hole that small, this is cotton. It does have interfacing, so it didn't stretch a ton, but it did stretch a teeny bit, so not a huge deal. But if I'd left myself a little more room, I'd have been a bit better off there. So, anyway, I really wanted to finish this third one, but I think I am like fading way too fast to deal with that tonight. I'm so tired. Not quite midnight, but oofda. I've been hanging out with you guys for like 4 hours. Not you guys specifically, but you know, whoever's been on. Hanging. So. I think I might finish this one and call it a night, because I mean, I'm just going to be repeating the same thing over again. And I'm not really sure how entertaining that is at this point. I will say this is the small size, or it's the medium size, but it's the smaller size. I like it better, like for sales kind of thing. I think people will like it, but I really much prefer to work on the larger size, especially because I have to flatbed this. It's a little bit small to top stitch, and I was wondering, like, gosh, these feel like they're taking longer, but I think it's due to less ease of movement, because the big ones, definitely, I didn't have to fight with them as much. It's just you gotta rotate this more and deal with it more, you know. The littler ones just seem finicky because they're small. So that's something to consider. I wanted to offer a few of the smaller sized ones at this farmer's market, and obviously I have a few now, but I don't know. I was planning to cut some of the mushroom ones that I made in the smaller size, but I don't know if I'm going to. And truth be told, I don't know what's gonna sell, so maybe I shouldn't bother making a bunch of these smaller ones because they're kind of a pain, and they only use like 4 inches total of less fabric. The difference in size is not really that much. It's just how you box the bottoms, and it's very minimal fabric difference. I just wanted to have, multiple offerings kind of thing, but I'm not really enjoying these little ones as much. The big ones were just way, way easier. So, there's that. Okay. Yeah, that one was way, way easier to top stitch. I mean, I think it turned out, just about the same on the top stitching as the other one. No real difference. It was just the other one, I had to fight with it more. So, I think this one is, I think this one turned out, just as well as the other one. But at this point, oh my gosh, you guys, I can't even keep my eyes open. I'm getting tired, but you can see the size difference. This one is the large, and it really is just a lot easier. Let me see if I back up to do versus this one. And I mean, again, like I was saying, not really a ton of difference in the fabric. It's like each of these panels is 1 inch wider. I guess it's a few inches longer too, so it's, but again, negligible amounts. But the big one is so much easier to work on, and because they're easier to work on, I could just buzz through them. It wasn't a big deal. Buzz. Bees. Anyway, yeah, I think that's gonna have to be it, and I'll finish this other one first thing in the morning. But anyway, thank you for, hanging out, tuning in. Hopefully, you learned something, found something funny, educational, enlightening, insightful, entertaining, something. And if not, well, that's all I got. So, anyway, hopefully I don't get eaten by a, swamp monster, a chupacabra or whatever tonight. I didn't hear any more weird noises outside, just the one, so, and I'm all tucked in for the evening, so I'm going to try to find a snack because I really am very hungry. And then I'm going to crawl into bed because I'm tired. So, have a good night, and per the beginning of this thing, talking earlier, if you go back and watch, you can listen to all that nonsense, but we were talking about at the very beginning of this was one of my very favorite sayings from Miss Tabitha Brown, and in reference to all of this nastiness that's been going on in the sewing world recently, with, happening to myself and then with other people that they're experiencing. Have a very good day, and if you cannot have a good day, don't mess up anybody else's. So, yeah, let's all just try to keep that energy going forward today, right? Don't be a jerk. And if you just don't feel like that you can't be nice, then, I don't know, but just don't be mean to other people. You don't have to be all sunshine and roses, but just try to choose joy, or, don't and choke it down and I don't know, bury it with some iced coffee or something. Do something to make yourself happy. Just don't be mean to other people for no reason. Okay? Cool. I'll see you guys next time. Bye.